Enterprise Institute, and thank you for coming today for our conference 10 years after Katrina, Education Reform in New Orleans. I'd like to thank the Education Research Alliance for New Orleans and the Center American Progress for co-hosting this important conversation that we're going to have today about a decade of ed reform after Katrina. The agenda for the day is fairly simple. We have three great panels. The panel that will begin right after these introductions is what happened in New Orleans schools post-Katrina. And I'll make some introductions. We'll run until 10:20, and we'll give you a 10-minute break to stretch your legs, get some coffee or what have you. The second panel, which will be moderated by Catherine Brown from the Center American Progress, is going to be on lessons from the field and implications for other cities. That will run until 11:45, at which point we'll take a 45-minute break for lunch, which will be served in the room that you entered through here. And then our final panel will begin at 12:30. That will be moderated by my AEI colleague, Gerard Robinson. It's on the big picture, how New Orleans should inform national education policy. Each panel will have some moderated Q&A, and at towards the end of the panel, we'll give the audience here a chance to pose questions to the panelists. And we'll let each moderator lay out the specifics for their panel. Here at AEI, we have a couple of requirements for questions. When you come up to the mic to have a question, we ask that you give your name and your affiliation. The second thing that we ask is that you ask a question. If you get down the line and no question is forthcoming, we'll try and switch to someone who has a question for the panel. A few other things. We have some literature out in the hallway, including complimentary copies of Education Next, which has several articles on New Orleans reform. I encourage you to grab one of those. A couple of housekeeping items. Please silence or turn off your cell phones. You can feel free to tweet about the event. We have a hashtag that you can use. It's hashtag Katrina10. Where 10 are numerals instead of letters. During Q&A, the moderators may go ahead and monitor Twitter questions that come with that hashtag and select some of them if there are some great questions that come in. The event is also being live streamed on the web, and full video will be posted online after we conclude. Okay. So we're going to move right into panel one here, what happened in New Orleans schools post-Katrina. And I'm going to moderate this panel. And we have three fantastic guests. We had originally had four, but Kira Orange-Jones was not able to make it today. So fortunately, we have three fantastic panelists. Dr. Jane Hanaway is a professor at the McCourt School of Public Policy at Georgetown University, as well as an Institute Fellow at the American Institutes for Research, where she is also a vice president. And she is the founding director of the Calder Center. That's the National Center for Analysis in Longitudinal Data in Education Research. Did I get that right, Jane? I think I did. Calder will do. All right, fantastic. Dr. Hanaway is an organizational sociologist, and her current research is heavily focused on teacher labor markets and education accountability policies, and we are glad to have her here. Dr. Doug Harris is the director of the Education Research Alliance for New Orleans. He's a professor of economics and is the Schleider Foundation Chair in Public Education at Tulane University. Dr. Harris has influenced national debates on a range of education policies, particularly those impacting disadvantaged students, and he's been called on for advice from the White House senators and governors in terms of education policy. And he will present early on here what has gone on in New Orleans and some of the effects that his research has shown. And last but certainly not least, Dr. Andre Perry is the owner of A.M. Perry Consulting in New Orleans, a columnist for the Hechinger Report, In 2013, he was the founding dean of urban education at Davenport University. Most notably, perhaps for today, he was the CEO of the Capital One University of New Orleans Charter Network, and in that role, he served on Mayor-elect Mitch Landrieu's transition team as the co-chair of the education workforce. We have the methodological and academic expertise here, as well as a grounding with events on the ground in New Orleans over the past decade for a great conversation. So right now I'm going to kick it off to Doug to give us a presentation on what happened in New Orleans and what he's found. Press the button on the stem.
Okay, I'm staying here, not going up there. Okay. Good morning. All right. So I have two jobs. One is, since I'm going first, is to just explain the reforms. We don't know how much background knowledge everybody has, and it's complicated. Actually, a lot of things were going on at once. And I'm not even going to try to cover every bit and piece of it. I think Andre will probably fill in blanks. People who come up will highlight different parts of it that they're especially interested in. So I'm going to do that first, and then talk about the evidence and what we found. So first, acknowledgments. There are a lot going on here. The Education Research Alliance for New Orleans that I founded and direct has a lot of different people in it, so I'm representing a large number of people. On the left side, you can see our internal research team. In the middle, our advisory board, and on the right side, our funders. We also have a national research team. Jane Hanaway and many others are involved in the research that we're doing. We appreciate their contributions. As a lead-in, this slide is useful to explaining what it is that's going on in New Orleans. Because if you look at the list of advisory board members in the middle, it highlights the wide range and somewhat unique character of the organizations that exist and operate in New Orleans. So let me just tick through these organizations. There's the Louisiana Association of Educators, the Louisiana Federation of Teachers, so the two teacher unions in the state. New Orleans was represented by an AFT affiliate, UTNO, before the storm. The Tulane Murphy Institute. So Tulane was involved in creating the reforms in a sense. Scott Cowan, who was the president at the time, was on the Bring New Orleans Back Commission and headed the education part of that. The Louisiana Recovery School District, many people don't know that existed before Katrina. It was actually meant to be recovery from failure, not recovery from the storm at the time. But when the storm hit, the schools were moved into the RSD. So that's a key player. Most of the schools now are in the RSD. Still a small number are in the OPSB, the Orleans Parish School Board, there at the bottom. Still operate what were the higher performing schools in the city. New Schools for New Orleans was an incubator of schools and still operates in the city. An incubator of charter schools specifically. New Orleans Parents Guide exists because after Katrina, we got rid of attendance zones and forced parents to choose schools. And so we needed some way to help them make those choices. So the Parents Guide was started as a way of helping them get the information they needed. So this is a somewhat different set of organizations than you would normally see in a given city. So part of what changed was these new organizations existed. And you might imagine from this list that we have some pretty interesting advisory board meetings, right? All these people in one room. It's a very contentious environment and a lot of disagreement. But that reflects, so partly I'm bringing this up because it reflects who we are at the Education Research Alliance for New Orleans. We don't have any opinion on the reforms. We have a diverse advisory board because we're trying to take in opinions and gather ideas from people of different perspectives on the reforms and just try to take on the difficult empirical questions, trying to study what was really going on. But it's also, again, interesting from the standpoint of what the reforms are and how they operate. So just to kind of boil it down, I would think of what happened in New Orleans as a whole package of reforms. It wasn't one thing. So I've put it into four categories. One is the changes in the teachers and leaders. So Kira Orange-Jones, who can't be here, was also the head of the local TFA branch. Teach for America is a substantial share of the teacher workforce, as are other alternative preparation programs. Test-based accountability is very intensive in New Orleans, so part of the reform was to turn the schools into charters, but to actually shut down low-performing schools based on their test scores. So it's much more aggressive than I would say anywhere else in the country in that respect. The choice and competition I mentioned, the charters and CMOs I mentioned. So there are these four major pieces that we think of in New Orleans as the reforms, and they're all interconnected with each other. So one question you're likely to come to mind as I'm talking later is, well, which piece of the reforms really mattered? And part of the point of this picture is to say you can't really tell which of them matter because they're all so interconnected. Each one affected the other. So you have to think about it as a reform package. Now, there's one other thing that is not up on this slide that doesn't get enough attention, and that's resources. So a lot more money went into the system after the reforms. In the immediate aftermath, they were spending $8,000 more per pupil than similar districts. So if they were at fairly similar spending levels before, they almost doubled per pupil spending just in operating funding after the reforms went into place. And that wasn't even including the massive investment in capital and buildings that was going on. So it was a massive financial investment. So if anybody's thinking, I want to do this in my city and it's going to save us money, you might want to think again. This was not cheap. Okay, so that's the introduction. We'll be talking about more of those pieces along the way, but at least gives you a basic starting point. So now let's talk about the effects and the whole debate. So we had a conference in June where we presented we had 35 sessions where we presented evidence. You can see all this on our website if you're interested in the very long version. Since then, we had the Katrina anniversary and lots of conversation about the interpretation of that evidence, as well as other discussion and arguments being made. It's a very contentious debate, especially in New Orleans. And it's not just that it's the usual contentiousness that we see in school reform debates. When you layer on what happened with Katrina on top of everything else, there's a layer of emotion in that debate that you really can't describe unless you're there. One general theme of this, I think, is that if you've read the newspaper accounts, that I think both sides are probably going too far. I wrote an op-ed in the Washington Post a few weeks ago, basically saying everybody needs to relax a little bit here. That this is not a gigantic miracle, as some have said, nor is it a failure. That the truth is somewhere in the middle. Although there is a lot of good news, as we're going to see. So I'm going to break down different kinds of arguments here. The ones that have stronger empirical evidence, some of which, and some arguments that actually don't really even depend on evidence. So part of the goal here is to explain where evidence is even relevant to the conversation. So I'd say there are 5 main arguments in favor of the reforms. So one is, and the biggest one is, one big argument in favor of the reforms. And that is simply that it worked in the sense that it increased student outcomes. This is a big argument, right? So some people say, well, I have all these arguments against, but I only have one argument for. But the one argument for is that it helps students learn, right? That's what schools are for. So that's a pretty big, if you win that argument, that's a pretty big argument to win. And the evidence points strongly in that direction. So we find effects of 0.2 to 0.4 standard deviations, which translates to taking a student from the 50th percentile to somewhere between the 58th and the 65th percentile. That might not sound gigantic, but if you think about it in terms of other kinds of programs and other studies, it's very large. We don't usually see effects nearly that size when we look at other kinds of programs and policies. So it's big, and it's big compared to the alternatives. So this is a visualization of it. So if you pick up the Education Next special issue, this is the picture that you'll see. So the green line there at the top is a comparison group of schools and hurricane-affected districts. We made that comparison because part of what was going on after was the effect of the hurricane on the population, and that might have had some effect on student outcomes, so we wanted to compare to other hurricane-affected districts. The blue line there is New Orleans, and you can see beforehand that New Orleans was far below, but largely tracking this comparison group of other districts. Then you see that line in the middle where the hurricane hits, and then you see a pretty massive change in the trajectories. That the comparison group is still basically flat, and New Orleans shoots up to the point that they were 0.4 standard deviations behind pre-Katrina. Now they're actually ahead by 2012 of the comparison group. That's a big change. Now, we also did some analyses where we looked at the early years up to 2009 with some other methods where the results are not statistically significant, but the results that we see in 2012 are statistically significant. So they're both large in size, and we have high confidence that they're real. So now let's go the long list of things against. So remember, that's one big argument in favor, but there are a lot of arguments against. So here are the ones I think are the strongest. One is that the context matters. So part of the argument, the debate of the last few weeks has been, well, should other cities follow New Orleans' lead? I think the question is maybe. I mean, but I think even if you believe that the reforms worked in the sense of raising student outcomes, there are some reasons to wonder whether it would work elsewhere. One reason has to do with the student population is distinctive in New Orleans. It was a very low-performing district beforehand, before the reforms were put in place. Very, very high poverty rates. So maybe this is a reform that is going to be more likely to work in that situation. Second, I mentioned the pre-reform outcomes were also very low. The third thing in that list is that because it was happening in the context of Katrina, there was a national outpouring of support for the city. People wanted to come to New Orleans to help the city rebuild, which was great for the city. It was very heartening to see how much the nation wanted to help. But part of that meant that you got an outpouring of teachers wanting to come to the city who otherwise probably wouldn't have come, partly because of the desire to help the city rebuild, partly because it became a hub of school reform. And so people who wanted to be school reformers, wanted to be leaders in that movement, wanted to come to New Orleans. So if other cities try that, it's unlikely that you're going to get that same kind of response. And given what we know about schools, given what Jane and the group at Calder especially has learned about the importance of teachers and quality of leaders over time, that the change in the ability to attract quality educators is really critical to any reform being successful. Okay, so context matters. That's a strong argument. So whether it worked in New Orleans or not, there's going to be a question about whether that effect is going to extend elsewhere. The next argument that I think is strong is the idea that, well, we're sort of treating these two kind of extreme policy ideas of this massive reform effort in New Orleans to what we call a traditional school district. Most districts don't operate like what we think of as traditional school districts anymore. Most of them have some degree of choice. Most of them have some charter schools at least. Many of them are trying some of the same things, at least less intensively, that the reforms represent. So it's reasonable to say, well, we don't have to think about these two extremes. Maybe we think about what's New Orleans like compared to some third alternative. The problem is, at least in New Orleans specifically, that third option has not been very clearly defined. And the more I hear about it, the more it sounds an awful lot like the traditional school district model. So it's legitimate to say that maybe there's some other option we should be considering here. But we have to be really clear about what that option is, rather than just saying hypothetically, well, you're creating this false choice between two extremes. The last two have to do with the way in which the reforms were put in place. So it was an undemocratic process by any account. Part of that was because of the storm itself and the fact that the city had evacuated. That wasn't all of it, though. I mean, really, the reforms were put in place by a handful of people. That has created a lot of anger, especially, again, when you layer that onto what happened with Katrina and the way the whole city was shut out, the way low-income populations in particular were shut out of the rebuilding of the city. And I think many felt that they weren't even encouraged to return to the city, that you then have an undemocratic process for creating a new school system that creates an even bigger problem. And a lot of that goes along racial lines as well. So Katrina disproportionately affected the black population of the city. Firing all the teachers. This is one thing I hadn't mentioned earlier. That firing all the teachers meant gutting the black middle class. We had 71% of teachers pre-reform were African American. Afterwards, and now it's about 49%. So there's a pretty substantial drop. And a lot of the sort of old guard were ones not hired back. So it deepened existing racial wounds. New Orleans had racial wounds and racial issues before the storm. Katrina exacerbated that, and the way in which the reforms were put in place exacerbated that. Okay, so now those are the strongest arguments against, I think. Now there are some arguments where I'd say the evidence is either limited in support or actually runs against the argument. So one is that the reforms were inequitable, that disadvantaged students were hurt by the reforms. So there's really not much evidence to support that. We've looked at it closely because I think equity is an important part of this. It's an important goal of education. It is true that disadvantaged students may have benefited less, or we see some signs that they benefited less. For example, when we look at how parents choose schools, it looks like lower income families are less likely to focus on academics when they make school choices than higher income families are. So that's one sign. However, when we look at the test scores, we see these effects that we describe. It looks like the effects were similar for all groups. The disadvantaged groups benefited as much as advantaged groups did. So not a lot of evidence, I would say, to support the inequity argument on the whole. The other thing you'll hear is individual stories about families that had bad things happen to them, and those are true. I think there were a lot. Andre can talk a lot about this because he was there at the time. A lot of bad things happened in individual cases, but I think you also have to make this comparison, right? There are a lot of bad things happening beforehand too, so we have to look at the big picture. Okay, another argument that I think is legitimate is we're measuring the wrong outcome. So I'm focusing on test scores here. I think that's an important starting point. The main purpose of schools that we all agree on is to produce academic skill, and those are important skills. But there are other things that are important. So let's look at a couple other outcomes other than test scores. So these are not our analyses, so we don't have the data yet to do this ourselves. But if we just look at the LDOE, Department of Education reports, you look there, the darker bar is New Orleans, the one on the left is pre-reform, pre-storm, and the one after is 2014. So you see a substantial increase in college entry among high school graduates and a much larger increase than the state had. That's the story here. So we're going to analyze these data eventually to sort of confirm that this was an effect. But this is another sign anyway that what we saw in the test scores also applies to an outcome I think everybody agrees is important with college entry. Another argument against the reforms is that it was not only inequitable, but it was especially harsh in the discipline that's put out, that it was almost a prison-like feeling to the schools because of the harsh punishment. So we looked at discipline, and we looked at suspensions and expulsions. And again, looking pre and post-storm, that purple line there is all disciplinary incidents, either students who had one incident or students who had multiple incidents. And what we see is a drop, that right after the storm, it was about where it was before the storm, and then there was a steady drop to the point where it's below what it was pre-storm and back to what it was in 2001, 2002. So not a lot of, so I think the schools are stricter, and I think they would say that they're stricter, but it looks like one of the outcomes of that is just to end up with fewer incidents, that there are fewer things to punish because of the school's policies. A few more arguments where I think the evidence is either limited or contrary to the argument. One is that the student outcome data have been manipulated. So this one I think is just not enough evidence to tell at this point, partly because we haven't been able to look at all the data ourselves. We don't see any evidence of that in the test score data. So the argument had been made from the beginning that the test scores went up because of the reforms. And when we look at the data, that's what we see. And we looked at missing data patterns to see whether maybe they were trying to have the low-performing students not take the test, but we don't see any evidence that was happening. There are some signs in the high school graduation data that schools are labeling students as out-of-state transfers to make the graduation rates look up. Just signs of that. We don't know for sure whether that's happening. We're trying to get the data to dig into that one deeper. So there we just don't have enough evidence to say, I think. Second to last one there, but most parents want neighborhood schools. So one argument would be, well, if you say that we've got a choice-based system and that's giving parents more options and better options and so on, the one option they don't have is to have a neighborhood school. But the polling data actually doesn't really support the idea of going back to that. Parents seem to like having choices in New Orleans and seem to generally support the existing system. So I'd say that one runs contrary to evidence. I'm sure there are some parents that want a neighborhood school, and I think that's especially true at the elementary grade level. But it doesn't seem like there's a massive push for that in the general public. And finally, unhealthy changes in the teacher workforce. We just put out a report on the changes in the teacher workforce, and leads to something that, on the face of it, looks like a paradox, that the turnover rates went up, the experience levels of the teachers went down, certification levels of the teachers went down a lot. These were all very big shifts. So you'd think, all right, well, if that happened, that's got to be bad. But on the other hand, I just showed you that the achievement gains went up. right? So I think the message there, I think, goes back to, again, evidence that Calder and others have produced suggesting that certification and experience and the things we usually look at as measures of teacher quality are just not that great at measuring quality. Other things being equal, I think we want lower turnover, more certification, more experience. But other things are not equal in this case. It's not clear that the reforms could have been put in place the way they were with a traditional teacher workforce. So it becomes hard to just look at those few measures and draw conclusions about whether the workforce is quote unquote better or not, given the model that the schools were putting in place. All right, here I would say are the weakest arguments against the reforms. One is that there were no real effects. It was just population change. So I didn't talk about it earlier, but when I showed that graph of the achievement gains, we had also on top of that done some deep analyses of the changes in the population. There's no evidence that can be explained by population change. It's true that low-income populations didn't come back, but it's also true that the black middle class got gutted, and so that they also came back at lower rates. So on the whole, it didn't seem to change the demographics very much in the public school population. Second, I would say weak argument is that it was all about extra resources and not about the quote-unquote reforms. While it's true, I think the resources were definitely an important part of what happened, and it probably couldn't have done it, certainly not to the degree they did without that extra money. To say that it was all about that, given what we know about resources, generally doesn't seem supported. We don't see other places that have decided to spend a lot more money don't see the kinds of achievement gains that we see in New Orleans. The next argument's the state is creating a moving target with proficiency cutoff. So you see, there's a lot of conversation about sort of changing of the accountability system to make the charter schools look good. That may be going on. Certainly, there are fewer schools in total that are F schools, for example. But that actually has no bearing on our analysis. We're completely bypassing the school grades, the proficiency levels, and all that when we do these analyses. We're just looking at the scale scores. So the results we're seeing can't possibly be driven by that. The fourth one there, that the data access is political. Again, this is one that's partly true in the sense I think some groups have gotten the data, some groups haven't. We've gotten the data, and we feel fortunate to have had it. But the implication here is that somehow, well, if only everybody had the data, that we'd come to a different set of conclusions, and that there's no evidence of that. Again, we don't have a dog in the fight. We don't have a position on the reforms, and this is the evidence that we're finding. So I do think the state would be wise to just give the data out more easily within the confines of FERPA and state laws, but that's a separate issue from whether the reforms are having a positive effect or not. And last, student outcome levels are still dismal. So some people will say, well, yes, there was all this improvement, but yet Louisiana's still low in the NAEP comparisons, and you still have a very high percentage of students in New Orleans who are not proficient. All true, except that I think it speaks more to how bad things were before, right? If we had this massive improvement and we're still not doing well, what does that say about where we started from, right? So I think the only way to really look at this is to look at it from the standpoint of improvement, not looking at it in terms of where we are in levels. All right, so let's just kind of wrap up. So I think there are two questions we want to look at. One is, what does this mean for New Orleans? What do we conclude about New Orleans? Since we're in DC, the next thing I want to conclude with is with what it means for everybody else. So I think for New Orleans, if you want to boil it down, or at least my take is that it was an ugly process, but that it generated good results, right? That it generated good results on the average, it generated good results for disadvantaged students as a whole. It didn't increase segregation, it didn't increase mobility, and so I'm not showing you all these results because it would just be too much. But all the things that you would normally worry about when a reform like this is put in place didn't seem to happen. And yet a lot of the good things that we would have hoped for did happen. So it's a lot of good news there. Another way to look at it for those who are skeptical is I kind of put this thought experiment to people. Imagine that we had found that the test scores didn't go up and the segregation did go up and mobility had gone up and disciplinary incidents went up, and we'd found kind of the opposite of what we actually found. What would you have concluded in that case? If you're concluding it's a failure with all this evidence as it is, what do you even call it if all of the metrics had gone in the other direction? Clearly, your conclusion would have to be different in those two scenarios. All right, so we do need more evidence. There's still some unanswered questions that we need to deal with. And the evidence only takes us so far because some of the arguments here are as much about the process and how we do these things as it is about what the results are. All right, so what does it mean for New Orleans? So I think the debate that we're having in New Orleans, I think, is the national debate. If you think about all the topics that we're covering here, it's exactly the same set of topics that they're talking about with the ESEA reauthorization, the same set of things we've been talking about for 20 years. So charter schools, vouchers, which we haven't touched on, the teacher workforce changes, test-based accountability, that's what it is. And I think the reason many of you are in the room is because this is sort of a microcosm and a really intense version of what the national school reform debate has been like for a long time. So I think it's important. I think it's good that we're having this conversation. But we do have to keep it in perspective. I think, for one thing, the context does matter, and the fact that we're learning this about New Orleans doesn't mean that if we somehow created this policy somewhere else that we're going to see exactly the same results, for the reasons I mentioned earlier. But I think the most important thing that New Orleans does for us is it forces us to think differently about what's possible and what a school system can look like. Every time I'm down, every time I walk around in New Orleans and see schools, and I learn something, I see something where it just makes me turn my head and say, I've never seen that before. Right? It's just a very different environment, and I think that's a healthy thing. It's almost like when you go to another country on vacation and you see the high-speed trains in Europe. Like, well, why do they have high-speed trains? We don't have high-speed trains. We go to a developing country, everybody's riding bicycles. Why don't we ride bicycles? It just forces you to think about your world in a different way. So even though we can't take what we're learning and say, we should definitely go do that here, we should definitely have high-speed trains. I'm not sure I'm allowed to say that at AEI, that we're definitely supposed to have high-speed trains. But what it does mean is that it forces us to think a little differently and think about the possibilities in a new way.
All right, thank you, Doug, for that impressive demonstration. Covered a lot, so let's dig into it. Dr. Hanaway, I'd like to sort of start with you. You've studied reform efforts across a number of contexts. The results that Doug presented are sort of hard to get your hand around. So can you give us a sense of the relative magnitude of these findings, especially the improvements in student achievement, relative to other contexts?
Yeah. These are big. These are very
Dr.
big
Hanaway,
effects.
just press that. There you go.
So these are big effects. They're very significant effects. What people don't realize, however, if they aren't part of the research community, is when we look at these effects, we're basically looking at teacher or school effects, but the major factor affecting student achievement is still the family. So while these effects are big, they're big relative to other ways we've tried to change schooling. Are they so big that they are, especially in a year or a couple of years, overwhelm the disparities in performance, or take kids who are really low performing and move them to the top? No. The biggest source of effects, I suspect, in New Orleans is the teachers. And when you look at how the system is structured, the charter schools are being held accountable, and they have control over who's teaching. And that's the critical variable, I think, happening in New Orleans. And it's hard to imagine a reform going forward without giving charter schools, control over personnel. I mean, imagine if any of you were starting a business, doing a startup, and they said, okay, we want you to be very effective, produce great results, but you have no control over staffing. You'd be like, I'm not going to do that. New Orleans, the schools had control over staffing, and so it's the school effects, I think, that are probably driving a lot of the effects here. But there's more than that going on, because these effects are larger than what we see when we just look at teachers alone.
Just as a follow-up to there, Doug presented a number of different arguments, and he categorized them as strong, weak, and maybe very weak. Do you find any of those arguments compelling as challenges to his findings? And as an aside, are there any that he did not include that you think he should have?
No, I think he pretty well covered it, but there's arguments against the findings, and then there are arguments against the reform. And these are two very different things. So there are many people, and I think Doug talked about this, who said, yes, this worked in New Orleans, but it worked under a very special set of conditions. And it's unclear that this particular reform can be moved to another setting with the same effects. So there are, what we used to call scope conditions in graduate school, a certain set of conditions under which this reform was able to be put in.
Yeah, absolutely.
What was mentioned, what should we attribute the growth, academic growth to, or to whom? And you mentioned this, family factors are highly influential. I think there is a mistake that we don't give credit to New Orleanian families for changes that they've made in their opportunity to seize upon a lot of these things. And one of the big debates in New Orleans is it charter schools or is it reform that did the work? And I always point out, no, it's actually parents and students who took advantage of a lot of the things that were presented to them. So I just always put that out there because I don't think we've done enough research on what family factors may have changed over time for people and which contributed to that growth. Because the research is clear, family has an impact.
Can I follow up on that too? Because I agree with you completely on this, and I think it's an important area of research because that I think is going to be more long term. Because what has been set up in New Orleans is a very different relationship between families and schools. If you think about middle class parents who have a lot of choice over where they can live, I'm sure all of you, when you're choosing a place to live, a big driver behind that decision is what are the schools like there. So when you have residential mobility, you actually have a lot of school choice. And what's going on in New Orleans is that people's residences do not limit their choices. And I would expect that over time, remember this is sort of first out of the gate findings, but I would suspect or would want to test over time whether parents became even more involved as they figure out how the system operates and as they learn how there is variation across schools in the system. But we've got relatively new choosers. Right. With not a whole lot of experience about sorting through all the ups and downs and ins and outs of schools. So I think, if you think of this as a consumer-driven model, there are two things going on here driving it, theoretically. One is consumers. It's a choice system. If no one chooses a school, it's unclear if it's going to survive. And you also have the independents, which is the charter system. And the charter operators that came in, for the most part, were very experienced school operators. The parents, however, who were making these choices were not parents who historically have been able to make choices about where their kids went to school. So you can imagine, and I hope it's something that Doug is going to be tracking, believe me, he's all over everything here, how the choice behavior and the information basis of the choices by parents shifts over time. So I think the results that we're looking at now, as impressive as they are, I can imagine them becoming more impressive as parents become accustomed to making these choices.
And if I can add on that so much, because constantly throughout the country, we actually blame black parents for underachievement all the time. And in New Orleans, there is this false narrative of there's a false choice amongst schools. I really find that New Orleans parents are some of the most sophisticated parents in education that I've seen, and that has changed over time. It's been a difficult road for many parents, particularly in the beginning when there were multiple charter operators and different schedules. But over time, people have learned. And because of that learning, they're making better choices and better decisions. And I always go back, that's the point of education, is to, particularly among Black communities, is to have this self-deterministic, self-reliant ethic. And I think that is happening. Another thing I think we should talk about is that this was an ugly road. And Doug and I typically talk about this in phases. The first phase being the first 2 years after the storm, which was chaotic. I ran the group of schools, one of which was the first school in the recovery school district. It was the recovery school district before the storm. And we were hunting for teachers. We could not find teachers because there wasn't housing available. 80% of the city flooded, remember. And so the first 2 years, let's say 2 years, it was just chaotic. Then you got into this phase, and Paul Vallis is here, and Paul Pastrick is here, and they certainly can chime in at some point. But there was an effort to decentralize the system, and it didn't occur all at once. What you see in New Orleans isn't what it was 6 years ago, 8 years ago. After the takeover of the failing schools, there was an effort to decentralize the system. We went from having a lot of direct run schools, most of them were run by the recovery school district, and slowly but surely they were meted out to various operators. During that period, it is when you saw a lot of the ugliness, because it was people trying to figure out who's doing what. And one thing, and Doug mentioned this, there were some populations that did not, were not served well during that period. Special needs populations, the special ed population, and I can also say Black males, because of the sort of the culture of the no tolerance culture that was really heavy during 2006, 2007 period, where it was about establishing school culture. That had a disproportionate impact on Black men. Then there's this third phase that probably started about 3 years ago, where you started to see the RSD started to become more, started to centralize certain functions. And so in the area of special needs students, and it wasn't just because of the RSD and the school leaders there, it was also because of a litigious environment. The media was putting out pretty salacious stories about particular families, particular students. And so it was this gumbo of things that occurred. But you did see the recovery school district, and to a certain extent, the Orleans Parish School Board make some very strong decisions about shoring up some of these areas. And so the magic of New Orleans is, I always say this, is not whether we have charter schools or we relax attendance zones. Now we're starting to figure out the right balance of centralization and decentralization that any school district can do. That we should, one thing is clear, we should push certain school decisions to the school level. And there are others that they shouldn't have responsibility for because it's inefficient, it's costly. And so New Orleans is starting to figure that out. But the real story is not saying, is this working? It's really to look at what transpired over time to say, hey, there were some things done that we probably shouldn't have done so quickly. Because if you ask, I mean, we get, can this work in other cities? I was like, well, there's certain things I would not encourage, or a certain pace I would not encourage. But one thing I will say that districts across the country have to figure out the balance between centralization and decentralization, because that's what's really making New Orleans, quote unquote, work.
Doug,
or
let me
improve.
ask you a question that sort of gets at that. So your evidence has shown substantial improvement over time, but where we sit now, can you talk about how much variation there is among schools in New Orleans in terms of different quality metrics? And on top of that, if you can layer how responsive do you find parent choice are to those different things and to decisions by authorizers to close or change operators?
Okay, there's a lot of questions there. Okay,
you
so
go.
first question, how much variation is there? So we did some value-added analyses, so kind of get away from the state metrics again. And I think the value-added gives us a better sense of how well the schools are really doing. And actually, it looks like the variation in the value-added is pretty much the same as it was before. It's just that everything shifted to the right? That on average, the schools were all getting a little bit better than before. So that didn't actually seem to change very much. What was the second question was about how parents are making the choices?
How parent choice and also the decisions to close schools or change operators reflect that variation.
So on the parent side, it looks like so we looked at a wide range of measurable characteristics. So we look at the parents guide. The parents guide quantifies a lot of things for parents. And so we could take the data from there and look at in this one app system. We actually haven't talked about the one app system. So the way choice works in New Orleans is you fill out a form. This is how it works now. This goes back to the different phases. At the beginning, it was a free-for-all. If you wanted to apply to a school, it was like applying to a college, right? You go to the school, fill out a form, and then find out a few months later whether the school lets you in. Then in 2012, they moved to the one app system where you fill out one form and you rank your preferred options, and then a computer algorithm assigns you to a school. And it's supposed to be a fair process. It's supposed to encourage families to accurately report what they prefer. So we could compare what they were putting on the one app form to what the parents' guide said about the characteristics of the schools. And what we found was that it was largely predictable, right? They pay attention to distance. They want a school that's closer. And they also want a school that has a higher school grade, right? So the school grade is actually in the parent's guide. It says this is an A school. And that score is also on the one app form. It says, yeah, this school you're picking is an A school or a B school or a C school. And they do pay attention to that as well. In fact, it looks like they started to pay more attention to that school grade when it became a letter grade, because it wasn't always a letter grade. That was also something that changed in midstream of the reforms. So they are paying attention to that as well as paying attention to other things. Now you asked about the authorizers. So now the question is, so what do the authorizers do? These schools are on these 3 to 5 year contracts usually, and they can shut down schools, and they have. They've shut down 10 schools based on performance, and others have shut down or been merged under pressure that was performance related. And it does seem like the authorizers follow the school grade and follow the rules that are specified in state law pretty well, and that's mostly based again on that letter grade. So if they're in that F category for a long period of time, then there's strong pressure to shut them down, and that seems to be the main factor that they look at.
Right. So Andre, to follow up on this, could you comment on what goes into these decisions? The sort of governance model is, if they are not performing, we will close them or change their operators. How do you balance that desire for educational efficiency with the community's value of schools, especially now that they're not necessarily based on neighborhood zones? How does that work?
Well, I always ask this question on various panels to parents and or advocates, and I always ask them, is there such a thing as a failing school? And you would be surprised how many people say there's never a failing school. And for me, that's unconscionable in a sense of we do know that there are schools that are not producing certain outcomes, but that reaction from parents and community folk is really saying that these schools are our places that we claim. Now, one of the biggest mistakes, and I can say of the mistake, there should have been more of an effort to find local talent to become charter leaders and to run charter management organizations. We just did not have a lot. Early on, I may have been the only black CMO leader. We had just principals throughout the city, but we didn't have someone who would manage multiple schools initially. And there was a time when community groups, alumni organizations were applying, and they were not getting those schools. There were applications approved. Now that's not, and I looked at some of the applications. Some of them were not up to speed, but I have to say that early on, many of the folks who received schools also were not up to speed then. The bar was raised as we moved along because we needed folks to take on schools. I was one of them, the Capital One UNO Charter Network. We were asked to take on schools. So we weren't judged, as my opinion, with the same rigor as someone new coming into the system 3 years ago. And so that dynamic created this sort of perception that some of the early charter leaders were given schools, and you didn't have the oversight. And some of the folks who came in late in the game were judged a lot more rigorously. So I always say you can't improve in schools in spite of the community. You have to make some effort to attract local talent. You have to. The problem in New Orleans, and it was I don't think there's an answer to it. Right after the storm, we didn't have people in the city. There was housing lapse, so we had to go after new people. But if you're in another city, you have to go after local talent because I say this idea that community members are anti-reform, particularly black folk, we've never been in a position where we wanted status quo. So I can assure you that there are people we can find who want to run quality charter schools, who want to become a teacher. We just haven't found those answers yet. But we do need strong accountability systems, strong standards, and I will say this, and you probably can speak to this more than one of the things that really, for me, raises academic achievement, and we don't talk about it with this sort of weird, almost this passion that everyone can go to college. I mean, that was real in New Orleans from 2006 to almost to now. And I'm actually a little bit disappointed because we're talking about career technical education a lot. And sort of folks are backing off and you're starting to hear not everyone should go to college, which is a euphemism for black folk aren't smart enough to go to college. But that's me being biased there. But one thing that when you walk in New Orleans or New Orleans school, you really feel this sense of everyone can go to college. And so the expectation there was unlike anything I've ever seen in others, because I can literally go to schools in other cities. You just don't feel the same type of energy. So,
well, Andre, you've said before, I've heard this quote before that bears directly on this, that kids can't eat a test score, right? And we're looking at the test scores, and so I want to ask the whole panel, what do we know beyond test scores in more general terms about quality of life, and you're speaking to one of these right now, which is academic expectations for all. Can we just give are there any kind of good bases for understanding a little bit broader changes?
So you mean what's going on in the schools? What's different about that? So we have a little bit of evidence on that, not as much as we would like. It's harder to get a sense of what's going on in the schools. I can give a couple indications. One is we look at the Parents' Guide and we look at at least what the schools say they're offering in terms of programs. This goes back to the parent choice piece, that schools are starting over time kind of expanding the range of program offerings, extracurriculars, sports. At the beginning, I think the idea was, let's just get basic academics right, and that's going to be the focus. Then over time, they started expanding the other offerings so that they start to look in other respects. Now in the college stuff, they've got the college banners hanging all over. So when you walk into school, it looks different in that respect. And in a lot of other respects, in terms of what's offered, it actually starts to look more like traditional public schools, that there are the wider range of possibilities. And I didn't say earlier when you asked about what parents are looking for, that they are looking at the academics and they're looking at distance, but they're also looking a lot at those other things. And I think the school leaders started to see that. They started to see that both to keep the students engaged, and this is one reason why we have extracurriculars to begin with, to keep them really engaged in school, you need those other things that are going to keep them. And the parents and the families do really pay attention to that as well, maybe even as much or more as academics when they're making school choices. But in terms, now, you asked originally about what changed about what's going on in the school. So what we'd like to know is about instructional practices and expectations for students and things like that. We don't have great measures yet. We've collected some data that we haven't analyzed, but clearly to understand what happened well, you have to know what happened in the school, and I agree that just looking at the outcomes isn't enough.
Retention rates? Talk about
Oh, mobility? Yeah, I guess this is getting in that direction. So we looked at student mobility rates, not sure what to expect about whether those would go up or down, because on the one hand, that with this kind of a choice-based system, if you move your household, which is one of the main drivers of mobility in most cities, you would have to switch schools, right? Because there wouldn't be a transportation system to get you back. The choice system might not be set up for you to attend a school outside of where you're living at the time. In New Orleans, there is a transportation system. The schools are required to provide transportation, and you're allowed to choose across zones, or there are no zones. So if you go and move across town with your grandmother, you can still go to the same school. And it looks like that kind of an effect was having an influence because mobility rates actually dropped after the reforms. Most people thought that they were going up because they were seeing a lot of mobility, and what they didn't recognize is there's just a lot of mobility in urban areas. And so it actually dropped with the reforms.
So mobility makes me think of teachers. So I want to get back to the teachers because it's such an important part of school reform and what we focus on now. Jane, I'll start with you and then ask everybody to chime in here. Conventional wisdom says turnover is bad, and this is sort of conventional wisdom, not clearly based on the research, but turnover is bad. Traditional preparation is good. Experience is good. The teaching corps in New Orleans does not reflect that currently. And Jane, also earlier on in 2006, very early on, you and Paul Hill wrote about the future of the New Orleans district, and a lot of your focus was on the teacher pipeline. So can you just address, are these numbers that are sort of not what we would expect to be correlated with these increases part of a functioning pipeline for teachers?
Well, I think there really are problems that New Orleans is facing in terms of staffing, and local recruitment, I think, would probably help some of those problems. Teachers in New Orleans are less likely to be certified. They're largely inexperienced, high levels of inexperience, and high levels of turnover. So it's a problem. There's no way to get around that. It's a problem. I think what has to happen, and this is sort of going beyond New Orleans now, is that we have to think a little bit about how the teaching profession is structured in school districts. There's a shortage, apparently, of teachers out there now. If you think about how schools have traditionally run, a brand new teacher walks in and has the same level of responsibility as a teacher who's been there 20 years, independent classrooms. And I think there may be some creative ways to think about how to structure a system if we assume relatively high rates of turnover. And I can talk about some of those. But anyway, it's a problem.
No, but I just asked Doug to follow
It's
up on
reality.
that. I mean, it's a problem, but vis-a-vis the improvements that we've seen, there's those two things are hard to square. So how do you characterize a problem in the face of what are apparent improvements?
Well, let me elaborate on some of the things I said earlier. So one is turnover went up. So there are a few reasons why it went up. One was that you were bringing in more teachers who weren't intending to make it a career. The second reason is, as Jane pointed out earlier, you had very high accountability structure for the schools, and that filtered down to the teachers, so there was no tenure. The teachers could be fired at will. And so they did, right? They would get rid of the low-performing teachers. So that generated a higher mobility rate on top of it, or higher turnover rate. So both of those things were going on. I think this kind of system is just naturally, even if you change the teacher pipeline to a more traditional pipeline, you'd still have a higher turnover rate because of the way the policy is set up. So some of that's good and some of it's not, right? Some of it is if you're dismissing low-performing teachers while still giving them a chance to improve and so on, that's probably for the good. The question is whether we can get more teachers who want to stay and have kind of leverage the years of experience. The one thing we do know, of those measures we've talked about, teacher experience is important, especially over those first few years. You want to have a teacher who's had at least a few years in the classroom to kind of work the bugs out and learn by doing, and get better, get good professional development, and so on. And so we need more teachers who are in that 3 to 10 year and beyond range on experience, and we haven't figured out how to do that. And part of it has to go to the fact it's a charter school versus traditional public school mindset. So it's not just that there's a teacher pipeline problem and we can think about it the same in every district. When you're in a charter school model, charter school leaders frankly, they don't want to hire out of traditional pipelines, right? Those programs are teaching educators to teach in particular ways, to have particular philosophies and views often that are at odds with what charter schools want to do. And that's just a big philosophical problem. And it becomes very hard then in a place like New Orleans to solve the pipeline problem, because you've got charter schools, we still have traditional public schools, we've got charter schools that think like traditional public schools. So it's very hard for them to come together and say, this is the kind of teacher we want. So we end up with this very bifurcated, dispersed system where we don't really have a pipeline, we have a bunch of little pipes, and not really a full-blown solution.
And if I can add, we've got to see changes in our universities across the country, but in New Orleans in particular, there are 7 universities. We shouldn't have a teacher shortage. Now, I think there's some innovative things we can do in terms of establishing residencies in schools using our universities, but there's people there.
I think part of it is they don't feel
Right.
They don't feel like they're going to get hired. Like the basic word on the street about the reforms is you're not going to get hired if you're coming out of a traditional preparation program. And so who's going to go into a teacher preparation program at UNO when that's the perspective? I'm not saying it's fair necessarily,
right.
But that's the perspective.
Yeah, it's certainly a challenge moving forward. And in about 2 minutes, we're going to open up to questions in the audience. But before that, I want to do just a quick 30-second response before I turn it over to them. So the reforms have brought New Orleans schools from sort of the floor to good, right? What is the way forward, very briefly, in moving New Orleans schools from good to great?
I think the teacher pipeline piece is a big one. I think when I hear the problems that charter leaders talk about, they talk about things like they talk about turnover. They talk about having to have their own preparation programs. I just don't think you can get to a higher level unless you have experienced, systematically more experienced teachers who don't have to redo lesson plans every year because they've never taught this before. If you've ever taught, you know that the first time you teach, it's a lot harder than the second time. And so if you have people coming through having to reinvent the wheel every time they're there, there's only so far you can go with that kind of an approach. So I think the number one thing would be to try to keep more of these teachers. So something's going right. If they're able to get student outcomes that much higher, something's going right. But I just don't think you can take it to a higher level, I think, without solving that problem.
Dr. Hanaway?
Well, and there's one thing we do know from the teacher research is that all teachers get better over the first 3 to 5 years. We also know, and I can see the charts in my mind, that there are many teachers who start right from the beginning, hitting it out of the ballpark. And so the teachers who are really good, say 10 years later, they were good in the beginning. Did they improve over those first couple of years? Yes. And the teachers who are on the bottom 10 years later were not so good in the beginning. So so experience alone is not going to do it. Everyone has these problems right in the beginning teaching, absolutely. We need more supports at that point. But there also has to be selection going on.
I think that's already happened. I agree with you, Jen, on what you said, but I'm saying I think that's already happening. The selection part's happening. It's just that now so you get the high-performing teacher, how do you keep that teacher? That's what they haven't figured out.
Yes. That's the question. Not how do we keep all teachers, but how do we keep the high-performing?
Dr. Perry, we got 2 responses on teachers. Are you
I'm going to stay away from teachers. No, I'm good. I like teachers. But I think the big lesson, and it goes back to the original legislation, or the big test, it goes back to the original legislation of the Recovery School District, was to innovate a school and return it to the district. What we have got to figure out is what we've already figured out, how you can deconstruct, how you can decentralize. we have to figure out how to put together a more comprehensive system while allowing schools to have autonomy and to have the freedoms. That's the next innovation. Because right now we're becoming inefficient in a lot of areas. And that waste is a drag on academic performance. We can be better than what we are if we become more cohesive. But again, we must learn how to protect those freedoms. Something in that that matrix, some of those quadrants, something's working. So we got to maintain that, but in a cohesive system.
All right, I want to turn it over to questions from the audience now. We will also be monitoring Twitter for questions. You can use hashtag Katrina10. You can also send them to me at Malkus. We have some microphones coming around, so please identify yourself and ask a question. Thank you.
My name is Naomi Waterston. I'm a retired Fairfax County teacher. I taught for 44 years in the county. And what I'm hearing from, and I realize this is just the first panel, but we've got lots of data from testing and then emphasis on teachers, but I really haven't heard, I've heard almost nothing about principals. And my experience has been that the principal has the highest effect on the success of a school of anybody. Yes, family is absolutely important, but as a teacher or a principal, we can only do so much to help the family. I taught in elementary school. We have a lot of contact with families. But I have been in a school that was very low income, top-notch principal. That principal left, and within 3 months, a poor principal made the school unbearable.
Right, so your question
left.
for the panel?
My question is, what are you doing to hire good principals who can be an educator of educators?
Who can take that one on?
Well, you were a CMO director.
There you go.
Yeah.
What did you do?
I'll tell you a mistake I made. And one of the biggest mistakes I made was summarily firing a group of principals based on test scores alone. And I can't say you think you can find someone, quote unquote, better. It taught me a lot about leadership, about how we have to develop talent, how we have to be patient with people, but also that I may have had also about the limits of test score data. Universities, I think, can play another important role here. I think the current university model does not really help leaders build that capacity. When I was a founding dean of a college of urban ed, we literally put our faculty members inside of a school itself, so we could give principals and teachers essentially constant professional development. I don't think you can necessarily find a great principal. I think you just have to constantly develop them, hold them accountable. But to be honest, this is what we don't know. You have got to find people, CMO leaders and principals, who know how to recognize that I'm going to stick with this person for a longer period of time. And I don't think there's a science to that. But I know I made a mistake. Ava Lee, if she's watching today, there were certain people I should not have fired based on test scores. And I should have found ways to build their capacity to deal with some of the things. And there are a number of nonprofits out there who are working on these issues, but I just think that universities can do a better job of building capacity and providing support for principals over time.
Doug, briefly, does the principal corps in New Orleans look sort of like the teacher corps, or is it not as?
We don't have an analysis of that yet. Anecdotally, the principal workforce is even more toward the alternative. They had been TFA or alternatively prepared teachers in the city, then moved up into principal positions. But I think it's similar, at least in terms of they're younger, they're less experienced, and than so on as the teachers were. And I think actually more generally, everything Andre said and everything we talked about earlier with regard to teachers probably also applies to leaders. And I had that up on the early slide, but you're right, we didn't talk about it, that the leaders are just as important here.
Another question?
Good morning. My name is Russell Armstrong. I work in education advocacy here in D.C. You mentioned before that parents are very sophisticated in New Orleans, and I've seen it myself on the ground. It seems that part of that is due to the very aggressive parental engagement that's happened in New Orleans. How can other districts across the country replicate that to get more family and student engagement?
That's a good question. I mean, I think one thing that didn't come up earlier is how the engagement is partly driven by the policies themselves, right? That you're forcing parents to make choices in particular, that forces a level of engagement that's unusual. And I think a lot of the charter schools also expect more of parents and are more willing to make suggestions to parents about helping students with their homework and getting them to bed on time and things like that. We haven't done a study of parents, so I don't have a concrete idea, I think, of what's truly different. But because part of it is being driven by the policy, I'm not sure in a traditional district without those policies whether the recommendation would be the same.
I don't think of it as forcing choice. I think of it as giving people responsibility. I think that's really the only way to really engage parents. And that's why I say, and I'm somewhat a controversial figure in New Orleans, because I believe in charter schools for a much different reason. And I said this earlier, for me it represents independence, something that public school system by and large have not given Black and brown families. And so when you give folks independence, there's a self-reliance that is built up. And I think after the storm, and it's not just around schools, families in New Orleans had to do a lot of things on their own. We're just now in a place where we're beginning to trust poor Black folk, just beginning. But that's been the battle, at least for me and for others, not just in education, but in housing and policing and all these other areas where responsibility has been taken away. So for me, engagement begins with giving people responsibility. And yes, there's going to be some slip-ups and there's going to be mistakes, but I would rather take those risks than basically saying, we're going to do this for you.
Annette on Twitter had a question. She asked what role compensation is playing in the teacher pipeline, and can you just give us some basics? Is it above what it was in the storm, below? Is it all over the map?
Compensation's higher. I mean, the spending's higher, compensation's higher. More of the money is being pushed down from the district to the schools. We have an analysis coming out on that, so I can't get into that much more detail. But we certainly suspect that the compensation patterns are going to be different. For example, in a traditional district, before the reforms, they had a union contract and I think a fairly standard steps and ladders kind of system with experience and degrees driving it. And I doubt that's going to be the case with what we see. But we can't say for sure yet.
But in terms of level, we wouldn't. You wouldn't find any evidence that says that the high turnover is a result of lower salaries in New Orleans.
No. Okay. No, I mean, I should say it's higher based on experience, relative to their experience level, right? So it's probably not higher. It might not be higher on the average. School leader salaries we know are considerably higher.
Okay. Another question from the.
Nina Reese with the National Alliance for Public Charter Schools. This question is for Mr. Harris. Some have said that if you simply invested in class size reduction and high quality pre-K, you would get the same effects. Can you speak a little bit to whether this is true?
Sure. So we did some analyses of this, looking both at the size of the effects and also kind of accounting for the cost, because the way we're looking at it is kind of cost benefit, right? So we made an investment. We spent more in New Orleans in the same way we would spend more to reduce class sizes or spend more to reduce pre-kindergarten. And one of the reasons for looking at it that way is that those are alternatives to which we have pretty good evidence. The second reason is that's kind of how the debate is framed. Like, should we just put more resources into a traditional system, or should we change the system entirely? And it looks like the effects are larger, whether you look at high school graduation rates or college entry or test scores. It looks like the effects, even when you account for the costs, were better with the New Orleans reforms than with those alternatives.
Yes, excellent panel. I'm Barry Stern, a senior advisor to the Haberman Educational Foundation. I have a data question. And Jane, you're probably the best person to answer it since you've worked so much with longitudinal data. I'm kind of curious as to what happens to the graduates and the leavers of the schools over time. Since the schools have been reforming, what's happening to them? Is there any longitudinal data? I know that every state has a state longitudinal data system. Has that been mined at all in Louisiana and in New Orleans? And also, what's happening to the teachers? Where are they going, the ones that leave the system?
Louisiana actually has a pretty good data system, but you know, if you look across states, there are only some states where you can easily link K through 12 to post-secondary to the labor market. Let me take that back a little. There are only a few states in which we have that data, and it's available now for relatively long terms. Right now, though, most states are putting these data systems into place, and these longer-term questions are the questions that I think are critical for New Orleans, the college going, and so there's the data system, and then you have to have the experiences that are promoting different effects. So often we can measure effects, but we have to have the reforms in place to evaluate.
The college outcome data exists in Louisiana, and it's possible to link to other outcomes. And I think we'll eventually get there, but I think one thing to keep in mind is, since we're doing this kind of comparison to pre and post Katrina, we're just getting to the point now where even a single cohort could have gone through a New Orleans school and gone to college, right? 10 years out seems like a long time, but a lot of this is just a waiting game to see what happens for a student who starts off in elementary school in New Orleans, what happens long term. It's going to take a while to figure that out, and we're trying to get the data. The data exists, and we're trying to get the data to do that.
But one thing we didn't talk about, there's this, you've probably heard of the term disconnected youth, opportunity youth, that cohort of 16 to 24-year-olds who are not working or not in school. We have anywhere between 14 to 20,000 people, 22,000 people, based on varying estimates, who fit that category. And it doesn't necessarily speak to who has dropped out, but it does certainly speak to the economic conditions in a place. Folks are not working. And so one of the things when I say folks can't eat a test score is to always put this in context, that we have to do more in the larger economic environment in New Orleans, because a third of the folks are in poverty, severe poverty. The reason why you had a Katrina level event was not because of the storms, it was because of the human failures in education, housing, policing, all these different things. And so I do think that schools are improving, but I also see in real time unemployment stagnant, violence stagnant, all these different things that somehow should translate into change and human capital growth aren't doing it. So that's why we have got to pay a particular attention to who's hired, where schools are placed, a connection to the economic environment and economic development. All these things matter, and we just have to figure that out.
There's another question from Jim on Twitter, and he's asking about the state's role, what it is, and maybe what it should be, and this might set up a little bit of a transition to our next panel. So,
the state's role in the entire system? Well, that's a good question. I think that's a big part of the debate. Andre mentioned a minute ago about how do we have, he mentioned the word cohesive system, but I think the more contentious framing of that is what's the role of the state versus the school district. So the RSD is a state agency, and they control most of the schools, and they make these decisions based on the test scores, based on their own judgment about what's in the best interest of the city, largely without at least democratic accountability. I mean, you've got the state; it's a state board that oversees the recovery school district, but it's the entire state, so it's not local control. So I think the question is, can you have a system, the way Andre described it, that has a lot of these features, that pushes control down to the school level, that has a kind of aggressive human capital system and so on? Can you do all that with local control? And I think that's an unanswered question. That's still something that nobody's done, right? So New Orleans has shifted to this charter school model, but nobody has still shifted to a model that has school level control in a single district model.
And just briefly, but we do know that we do need state to intervene. There needs to be some kind of recovery school district. We need that. But they also need to do a better job of setting timelines and deadlines, because as we're seeing, a state just can't take over forever. I do think that there's this, you got to set a better measures and longitudinal stuff and then and send schools back. But I do know that an RSD or of some type needs to be in place.
Well, I want to thank the panelists. We've reached the end of our time, so can we thank the panel? We're going to take a 10-minute break. There's coffee and refreshments, stretch your legs, and then the Center for American
comments
Progress's
were great.
Catherine Brown will take over. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Once again.
We're going to go ahead and get started. AEI runs a tight ship, so we want to start right at 10:30. Well, I'm Catherine Brown. I'm the Vice President for Education Policy at the Center for American Progress, and I really wanted to thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to join us today to talk about this, what I think is a fascinating and very important topic with a lot of relevance for national policymakers and state and local policymakers as well. I particularly wanted to thank AEI for all the work that went into hosting and coordinating this effort, particularly Nat and Elizabeth, who have been working hard for weeks to send out invitations and get you all here. So thank you so much. We're really thrilled to be partnering with AEI on this effort. So I wanted to introduce our panelists. I should say this panel, the first panel sort of grounded us in what happened in New Orleans to give you all really concrete understanding of what the reforms were and what kind of impact they've had and how those impacts are being perceived. And now we're going to sort of go to a higher level and look at similar reforms, some of which were inspired by what happened in New Orleans, some of which took a slightly different tact, and think about what we can learn from those experiences. And so we have people who have been on the leading edge of turning around chronically failing schools in states and districts in other places in the country. And we're really lucky to have such an esteemed group of people who have been on the forefront of turning around low-performing schools all around the country. So first we have Kevin Huffman, who's the former commissioner of the Tennessee Department of Education, and from 2011 to 2014. And in that capacity, he led the state of Tennessee to the greatest gains on the NAEP scores in the entire country between 2011 and 2013. Also in that capacity, he oversaw the creation of the Tennessee Achievement School District after Tennessee was a first-round race to the top winner in 2010. He implemented a new teacher evaluation system for teachers and principals that included multiple measures of effectiveness. And prior to that, I actually had the honor of working for Kevin on the public affairs team at Teach for America. We also have Karen Holly Miles, who's the president and executive director of Education Resource Strategies, which is an organization that works with school systems around the country to improve their funding systems, leverage school-level resources, and use and improve human capital and professional development systems. Karen has also taught school leaders at Harvard University, in school districts, and for new leaders for new schools. She serves as a senior advisor to the Aspen Institute, and she also served as the commissioner on the Equity and Excellence Commission for the United States Department of Education. We have Robert Bobb with us, who's the president and CEO of the Robert Bobb Group, a private and public sector consulting firm that aims to help government, schools, and business find financial and operational solutions, efficiencies, and achieve long-term viability. He's with us today because he served as the emergency financial manager of Detroit Public Schools from 2009 to 2011. And prior to that, he was back in DC as the former city administrator and deputy mayor and the city of DC's Homeland Security advisor. And finally, we have Paul Vallis, who's the co-chair of DSI Civics Education Practice. And over the past 2 years, he has served as the head of Chicago, Philadelphia, and of course, New Orleans school districts. In New Orleans, as head of the recovery school districts, he drove standardized test scores by 25% during his tenure. He reduced the number of students attending failing schools from 62% before the storm to 17% in 2010. So as you can see, we have people who know a lot about this work, and we're excited to dive in. So I'd like to start by just making sure everyone knows exactly what these different reforms look like, because we actually have a real range of different approaches represented on the panel. Everything from Massachusetts, where Karen works, which really took the traditional system and reformed it from within, to New Orleans, obviously, which is an all-charter model, and then Tennessee, Tennessee and Detroit, which represent a middle ground, which used a combination of pulling out the lowest performing schools and putting them in their own district, and using a mix of charter schools and traditional schools. So I'd like to just ask, starting with Kevin, for you all to take about 4 minutes and explain just factually the key elements of the system that you represent in your own words.
Okay. Good morning. Can people hear me? So the Achievement School District in Tennessee was created in law as part of the Race to the Top application. And I came in after Race to the Top had been won, but at the very early stages of implementation. And what it sort of evolved to become is a district that has the eligibility at the state level to take over the bottom 5% of schools in Tennessee in performance. And it's a list that's run every 3 years based on just a pretty rudimentary cut of test scores. Of the 85 or so schools that fall in the bottom 5% of Tennessee in performance, most of them are in Memphis. And it used to be as many as 69 out of the 85. That dropped in the last run to closer to 60. But most are in Memphis. And while Tennessee is 24% African American students in its public schools, nearly 94% of students who are in the bottom 5% of schools in the state are African American. And so we felt obviously a huge sense of urgency to try to figure out how to give better options. Chris Barbick was hired to be the first superintendent of the Achievement School District. He came from Yes Prep Charter Schools in Houston. And he, over time, created a system to authorize charters and figure out a matching process with schools that are in the bottom 5%. He focused on feeder patterns. So when you looked at feeder patterns, particularly in Memphis, you would see a group of elementary schools, a couple of middle schools, and a high school that all fell in the bottom 5%. And so he tried to figure out how we can systematically try to flood the zone in a feeder pattern first. And it's been a slow build over time. So there are around 30 schools out of the 85 eligible that are now in the Achievement School District. All but 3 are run by charters. And there's been an effort to build up high-performing CMOs, both by recruiting top CMOs from around the country, but also by getting the charters that were homegrown in Tennessee that were high-performing to agree to expand. And it's been growing by about 10 schools a year, give or take.
Thanks. Karen?
Great. So Massachusetts was working hard on the turnaround effort before Race to the Top, but and had a whole system in place of rating schools based on progress and performance at that point. When Race to the Top came, that spurred them to put in some greater consequences for being at the bottom levels and for granting greater capacity. So there are really 2 ways that the state can intervene. They rate schools on level 1 at the highest, all the way through level 3. About 20% of schools are rated level 3, and then the State Department has discretion over how many to put from level 3 into level 4, which is takeover. At that point, the rules go out the window, and the state has the authority to the state gives authority to the district superintendent to impose, to reduce all the rules. So the contract is out the window, they can restaff the schools, and they are to create a plan. Within 3 years, if significant progress isn't made, then the state can take over that school directly. The state has intervened to take over a relatively small number of schools over that period of time. In fact, only 4 schools the state has taken over out of that for lack of increased performance. The second mechanism they have is to take over the entire district. And they can do that when a critical mass of schools are in the low performance category. And when they do that, the same goes. They appoint a receiver then to that district who supersedes, there's no more school board. They take over the school board, and the receiver has wide authority to do new things with the contract, to restaff the schools, restaff the school system, and so on. They have done that now twice with Lawrence, which they did 3 years ago in 2011, and then they just took over Holyoke. Lawrence is a 12,000 student district, and it has had some pretty dramatic early results. It's been widely covered. Some pretty dramatic results, both in terms of test scores, particularly in math, have The growth has doubled. They're the fastest growing district in both math and in ELA. Half the schools that were on the lowest performing are now in the 2 or 1 category, the top 2 categories. And they have doubled the graduation, no, not doubled, increased graduation rates by 50%, just in that short period of time. What we'll talk about a little later is what they've also done, though, at the same time as doing that, is they've created an entirely new career path and compensation system. They've he replaced 10 out of 28 principals, has created a new principal compensation structure and a new path for all of those things, a brand new funding system to create equity across. So it's the short-term things that he's been able to do with the freedom, and then the ability to address some of those things that the folks on panel 1 were talking about really need to be in place across the system. And one last thing I'll say is that part of the quick fix, if you will, or the immediate actions was, in fact, there were 5 level 4 schools in that district. And Jeff Riley, who was the superintendent, would have put as many of them as he probably could have into charter hands to get results, but could not recruit. Could only get 2 that he felt met the standards that they had and who were willing to take the kids that were in that school. We'll get to this later, but it's a capacity thing. So that's the model.
Good morning.
Make sure your microphone is on, the little green on the stem of the microphone.
Okay.
There's a button on the stem.
Thank you. Good morning. I'll go very quickly. I've been involved in 2 significant school reform movements. One, when I served as the president of the D.C. Board of Education, and then later, as we all know, that D.C. Board was eliminated, and then what was created was the mayoral takeover in the District of Columbia. And so I went from that reform as president of the school board to the president of the D.C. State Board of Education under the mayoral control. And then later, I'll give a little context about my work in Detroit when I was appointed as the emergency financial manager by former Governor Jennifer Granholm over the Detroit Public Schools. And so I'd like to give a little context of what the school district was like in 2009. In 2009, the U.S. was coming out of the Great Depression. Detroit, General Motors, Chrysler were both major employers in the city of Detroit who was seeking federal assistance and ultimately bankruptcy. The school district itself was in a financial crisis with significant deficit in the district. There was dismal academic results, operational dysfunction, culture of corruption, significant legal authority challenges between the legislation that created the emergency financial manager or receiver under which I worked versus that of a school board that was still in place. And there was significant declining enrollment. For example, 10 years prior to 2009, the decline in the student enrollment in the school district declined by 83,000 students. At the time I arrived, there were 192 schools, and when I left, school buildings, and when I left, there were about maybe 64 school buildings. With respect to governance, prior to my arrival, the school district in Detroit had been taken over, had a governor takeover. And I believe that occurred in 1996 when the governor took control of the school district and appointed a school board, jointly appointed a school board between the governor's office and the mayor of the city of Detroit. And that was appointed, that board was in operation for a period of time. It sunsetted, and then the citizens of Detroit, through referendums, went back to a school board. by referendum, and then there was an elected school board. But prior to that time, Governor Granholm appointed a citizen transition team that came up with a very comprehensive report with recommendations aided by the Council of Great City Schools in terms of how to advance the school system with a newly appointed school board. And then that in itself became somewhat of a dismal failure over a period of time. Hence, the state superintendent of instructions, along with the governor's office, imposed Public Act 72 on the school district, which then appointed the emergency financial manager to focus on the financial conditions of the school district, which is the area of expertise that my company brings to the table. However, in addressing the significant financial challenges of the school district, it became clear to us that we could fix the school district finances, but while we were making financial decisions, we were also deeply damaging the resources that were needed for teaching and learning to take place. And so those of us who were on the financial operational side, we then brought in to help balance our work a chief academic officer, so that at the table when financial decisions were being made, we also had experts in the room who then can focus on how those financial decisions were negatively or positively impacting teaching and learning. And so we then created 5 major products that we wanted to address as part of our work. Number 1 was to create an academic plan which focused on teaching and learning, a safety and security plan which focused on safety and security, which was a significant issue in our school district, a plan which focused on school building, school modernization, school construction, parental engagement, and then the final plan was to focus on overall short and long-term schools finances. I might also add that the school board, the school district itself, in addition to the number of schools that were under the direction of the school board and hence under the direction of the emergency manager, there was also the school board had also created 5 charter schools within the school district. So you had the traditional school district, and then you had 5 charter schools with a charter office that was operated by the then superintendent of schools under the direction of the school board. And that reform created significant conflict between the traditional schools and the charter schools because there really wasn't any major accountability around teaching and learning and performance.
Thank you so much. We've obviously spent a fair amount of time talking about New Orleans in the first panel, but is there more that you wanted to add, Paul?
No. Well, let me just
on
say
the basics of what the system is.
Yeah, well, first of all, let me talk about my approach with the Recovery School District. Recovery School District, as you know, was created in 2005, and in 2007 I was brought in. I think I had 60 days to work with Paul Pastrek to build 22 campuses and to find 700 teachers. So the myth that we were just turning teachers away is nothing but a myth. But the point that I want to make is I viewed the Recovery School District as a school improvement organization. And from day one, our mission in New Orleans was to create a district of independent schools, period. We needed to buy ourselves time, so we opened up a number of schools that we ran directly as we incubated new school models. And so it was a gradual transition to charters, but the objective always was to create a system of independent schools. And let me point out that the first schools to charter in New Orleans were traditional public schools that got tired of waiting for the old corrupt school board to, in effect, get schools open, and they went out and they chartered themselves. So the move was a gradual move, but that was always the intent. But the Recovery School District also had responsibility for schools, failing schools outside New Orleans. And I elected not to employ charters outside New Orleans, in part because many of the districts we were intervening with were not necessarily large districts. So for me to go in and to pull a school and to run a school centrally was just not what I intended to do. There were efforts to charter outside New Orleans. Those efforts, in fact, did not succeed for some of the reasons because they did not. They did some of the things that New Orleans was able to avoid. Going in, opening a charter, disrupting a feeder pattern, taking a school out of a charter. Out of a district, which meant children would migrate towards the other schools, which financially destabilized the schools, and of course, obviously the displacement of kids. So we were able to avoid those things in New Orleans. That's why we were very, very, very successful. That said and done, my approach outside New Orleans was to do MOU schools, which was to go into districts and under threat of taking their schools away, work with those superintendents to force them to implement or to persuade them to implement comprehensive school improvement plans that, in effect, they were expected to embrace and support, whether it was modifying the day, modifying the year, making staff changes, adopting new curriculum and structural reforms. The goal was to enter into these agreements and under threat of takeover. We were relatively successful. One year, the state used to segregate the data in terms of the Recovery School District New Orleans was considered one district. Outside New Orleans, they took the cumulative interventions in the other recovery school. We used to call it Recovery School District Louisiana. And I think one year, RSD New Orleans was the top most improved district, and RSD LA was the third most improved district. So we were very effective in that regard. I think the role of the RSD has continued to evolve. But my philosophy was that there are fundamental practices that exist in all high-performing schools. All high-performing schools. One of the things that Superintendent Pastrak did at the time was he did an analysis of the top-performing, high-income, low-income, high poverty, large percent of minority schools throughout the state that were high performing, and to see what those common practices were. And those practices were things like comprehensive curriculum instructional strategies, alignment of the curriculum, the effective instructional use of data, data-driven instruction, interventions, both academic and behavioral, RTI, a human capital strategy to train the teachers to have this continued training, and the effective use of instructional time. Not only the adequate enough amount of instructional time on task, but also the quality of instructional time. What's interesting in all these analyses of school district in New Orleans is not looking at the amount of instructional time on task. The average instructional time on task per school ranged from 25 to 35% more instructional time on task a year. Maybe that's the key. And the ability to obviously site select and to have control over your staffing so that you can make personnel decisions based on the qualifications of those individuals. I mean, those were critical components. So that approach, I think, was very effective. I was very reluctant to run districts, to run individual schools throughout the state of Louisiana from some centralized location. If I could there were some instances, like I think the parish was, it was Madison Parish. I'm having a senior moment, so I apologize to all the seniors in the room. I think in one case we had to actually run those schools, like you did in Lawrence, and the extraordinary work you did in Lawrence. But our approach was that to work with districts individually to, in effect, get them to create charter-like conditions so that you could, in effect, design schools that were designed in the best interests of the children and not in the best interests of the adults. And I think we were successful. And in a lot of the research that's done in the Recovery School District, the role of the Recovery School District outside New Orleans is sometimes not commented on.
Thank you so much. I did want to acknowledge that Paul Pastrak has joined us, so thank you so much for coming, the former State Superintendent of Education in Louisiana. So I'd love to talk a little bit about the different contexts that led to the different approaches that you all pursued, and particularly compare and contrast what happened in Massachusetts versus Tennessee, because those two states really took different approaches, both run out of the state office, but one that was pulling the lowest performing schools into its own district, a new district that was formed as a result of the Race to the Top application, and the other which continued to be centralized and run through the district leadership structure. So Kevin, could you tell us a little bit about the context, and then Karen, what you see as the advantages or disadvantages of the approach that Massachusetts took?
So one thing is that in our original Race to the Top application, the way we were defining which schools were going to be eligible for going into the ASD was through old AYP methodology. And when you actually peeled it back and looked at it, it created a really weird list of eligible schools because by that point in time, virtually everybody was starting to fail AYP, but you had to have failed for a number of years to move down the threshold. And so it was really just a question of who was unlucky enough to have started failing earlier. And so when we looked at the list, they were sort of scattered all over. And if you ran just the bottom 5% of schools, there wasn't a ton of overlap with the schools that were eligible for takeover and the schools that were actually performing the worst. So one of the first things that we did was through our waiver to No Child Left Behind, say, we just want to take the bottom 5% of schools as eligible, period. Which then I think informed the strategy, because when you ran the bottom 5% and found out that 3/4 of them were actually in Memphis, it created a real sense of urgency around what we were going to do to support schools in Memphis and what that was going to look like. We never had any intention of taking over a district. Not only did we not have the authority to do it, that we would have had the authority under AYP if we hadn't, gone forward with a waiver. We just didn't think we would do it particularly well. We had no reason to believe that sitting in Nashville, we were going to run the Memphis schools particularly effectively. But what we did think we could do well was recruit and authorize high-performing charters and figure out how to free them up to have a high level of effectiveness, and then figure out how to use that as a lever that might press forward some reforms that were happening in Memphis. And so we had the creation of the Achievement School District. We also created and gave funding to Memphis to create an innovation zone, which was to give them the ability and the political cover to do some of the things that you would do in the ASD, but they could do it under the auspices of their district. And then we also had the district. And one of the nice things I think that's happened, like the biggest success that I would point to from the ASD so far, is that the traditional district has grown faster than the state at a point in time when the state is growing faster than just about anyone in the country. The innovation zone in Memphis is growing faster than the traditional district. So it's growing very fast, and the ASD schools are growing fast as well. And I actually think it is one of the rare examples where there is a sense of competition that's not unfriendly. Like, I feel like the leadership of Memphis and the innovation zone and the ASD actually work together reasonably well, but they all feel a sense of heat from each other. And I think it's serving to actually improve things a little bit faster. But our strategy all along was, we're not going to take over a whole district, but in an ideal world, if over time we can get high-performing charters to run, the bottom performing Memphis schools, which is about, a third or more of the system, and free up Memphis then to focus most of its time and energy on managing the other schools, we have a chance to see real overall improvement. So that was the general strategy from the outset.
And when you say growing, Kevin, are you talking about student achievement or enrollment?
I'm talking about student achievement.
Okay.
Yeah, it's hard to measure enrollment in Memphis because they've had a totally separate thing with the suburbs where they merged and then sort of demerged.
Got it. Karen, tell us a little bit about Massachusetts, the context in which it started, and what you see as some of the key advantages or disadvantages to the system that's emerged.
Yeah. So the thing about Massachusetts that's a little different from the Tennessee context is the concentration of, so we've got Boston in Massachusetts, and then we drop down hugely to another set of 7 urban schools, of which the largest is about 15,000. That would be Springfield and Worcester. And so So the next set of schools is, there's Boston, which has pretty high capacity, has the ability to attract all sorts of talented leadership and pay them more than the state can pay them. And then a set of urban districts that are much smaller, where the human capital pipeline is much more challenging, and where the overall spend is much lower. You probably know, but Massachusetts has this huge context of local control. On average, the state pays for 40% of the total K-12 bill, more than that in the highest poverty school districts. But we still have town meetings where you have to actually go in person to vote. I mean, so it's a place where, the idea that you'd come in and take half of my schools is just sort of politically a non-starter, and they would be distributed across a lot of different schools, districts. At the same time, this is also a district that since 1990, it has been engaged in a pretty famous and famously effective school reform effort that's raised performance over time and has raised spending. So at the time that all of this really began in earnest, there was a wide group of stakeholders deeply involved in conversations about how best to turn around schools and school districts. And there was a lot of trust in the State Department to exercise discretion about exactly which schools should go into the mix and so on. That's why they put 20% in the level 3 category and then said, a little bit like Paul's thing, how much capacity do we have to serve that next level? We're not going to set a number, we're going to figure it out. And then they had no strict rules about either who was going to own the school, because it was going to be very much about the context of that particular district. And so it was really important. And then the Lawrence kind of example, it really fit this whole sort of gestalt about how they wanted to be. This was a district that had been underperforming for decades, where the mayor and the superintendent were both corrupt. So it's the perfect place for the state action. The only other distinction I would draw is that it's a relatively small state. They have access to quite an incredible pipeline of leaders that can be put into those schools. And so part of their choice about whether to take over a district was dependent on can they put together a plan where they can marshal that leadership team that's going to be able to pull this thing off. To your point, the state can't do it. And so they were able to pull a very talented leader from Boston, along with the deputy CFO from Boston, along with, so they put a team together that was raring to go on a system with 28 schools and 12,000 kids. So this is sort of a setup for potential really wide-reaching things. And then they supplemented that with a lot of help at the state level to think about the sorts of things Paul was talking about. What are the models schools should implement? How do we think about extended learning time? What's a compensation and career path? So those kinds of things. And they really do view this as an opportunity. Like they've already taken the career path and compensation piece that Lawrence has created and pushed that into some of the lower performing school districts that they haven't taken over, but just kind of is in sort of the Paul approach. I know you don't have to do this, but you're kind of on the edge, and take a look at this. So,
Paul.
Yeah, I wanted to make I don't think anyone at the state level is doing any better than what Kevin has done and what Massachusetts has done in the area of school transformation, and the things that you've been able to do, setting standards, working with NIET, et cetera. It's just phenomenal. So those are real gains, and you always have your naysayers out there, but the facts are the facts. Let me make a couple comments, though. What's really important in any school reform is stability and no displacement of children. Reforms fail because they can't be sustained. When you develop a comprehensive curriculum and instructional program with all the bells and whistles, all the key things like the data-driven instruction, the interventions, et cetera, the training where you're training the teachers on the task, you're training them to task. You have strong local instructional leadership teams. Sustaining those reforms are absolutely critical. And so many of these reform efforts fail because they can't be sustained long term. Also, look, I've probably chartered more schools than most people on the planet, and I have the scars to show for it. At the end of the day, what's important when you're going out there and you're adopting new school models is that you be very cautious about creating overcapacity. In New Orleans, we had capacity issues that we had to address. In other words, we had to open schools to meet our needs. And once we opened schools as brand new schools, you take kids in, you enroll kids from the ground up. Now New Orleans has reached a point where it's now opening new schools, but those are new schools that are replacing struggling schools. So weak schools are constantly being giving way to new schools, higher performing models with no displacement of children, with no financial instability. So that's critically important too, because so many of these reform efforts, the inability to sustain these reform efforts, or the danger of creating overcapacity, because you're suddenly, I've always said, look, if you got a good model, then you can take the existing student population and transform that model. I mean, when KIPP opened their high school in New Orleans, they took the kids at Douglas High School and they kept the kids at Douglas High School. When Mastery opened their 6-7 charters in Philadelphia, they took the existing kids in those schools they took over, and when they converted those middle schools to high schools, those students stayed. I mean, that's the real test. And when you do that, you're not creating overcapacity. You're not destabilizing. The worst thing is to go in and suddenly create a district, and suddenly you have 10,000 kids enrolled in those schools, and the next year 5,000 or 4,000 or 3,000 migrate back to the neighborhood schools. It creates financial instability, and that ultimately undermines even the best of the reform efforts.
Thank you. I want to talk a little bit about governance structure, because I think it is really important. I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit, Robert, and say it seems like in Tennessee and to some degree in Lawrence, Mass, and certainly in New Orleans, there was kind of a national movement to turn these places around, and a lot of young talent flooded there in order to be a part of that reform. And I think it seems like the conditions potentially were in place to have the same thing happen in Detroit, but the governance structure there seems, from the outside at least, to be somewhat complicated. And so it's still in the process of evolving into a successful story. And so I wonder if you, especially as someone who's sat on the school boards before, could tell us, in your ideal world, what kind of governance structure would you set up at the state level and at the district level in order to turn around failing schools?
And that's a very good question. Let me back up for a second to a point that Kevin was made earlier. We did use AYP to reconstitute all of the low-performing elementary schools as well as the high schools, and replaced all the principals, put in a strong academic program, for example, that required 120 minutes per day in reading and math, and other strong academic programs that, in fact, were migrated from other high-performing school districts around the country and imposed into that environment by our chief academic officer. But the point that Paul made, in addition, stability is very important. And in Detroit, I was there for 2+ years. Prior superintendents were there for much shorter periods of time. And then after I left, there had been at least 3 additional emergency financial managers, and there's been a system to create something called the Education Achievement Authority, a new district within the district. And in addition, there are other districts that are being considered. In 2009, to address some of the structural issues, we created something called which we never was able to get approved, something called the NewCo and an OCO, basically following the same restructuring process of a General Motors under a typical bankruptcy, where those low-performing schools, high financial responsibilities was placed aside in a different school corporation, as it were, and then the stability of a financially stable, high-performing system would be in a NewCo, a new corporation, with the state providing the funding and we showed the state a way and manner in which it could fund, but those things would not happen because it's Detroit. Now, back to your question. I have seen different types of governance models. The traditional elected school board model, the school board model which has an elected, I came in D.C. under an elected school board I was an elected as president of the school board. There were other elected members of the school board, and then there were school members appointed. So there was a modified school structure. And quite frankly, from my experience with that model, it seemed to work with a school board and a superintendent of schools. I'm not sure I can answer the question as to which model works. I think what works is what the community itself believes to be the best model, with input from, both the elected leadership as well as the community leadership. In D.C., for example, the first elected school board in the first elected officials in D.C. were members of the school board. It was the first elected office. In Detroit's case, you've had a school system since, I think, 1830, 41, or something of this nature. And so school systems have been around a long time, and they've been very modeled. If you take the Broad Foundation award, when I look at the number of school districts that have won, urban school districts that have won that award, a majority of the school districts have been school districts with an elected school board. And so it all depends, I think, on the jurisdiction. And, for example, there have been so many reform models tried in Detroit. We were closing so many schools and emptying out neighborhoods. For example, you have a city of 138 square miles. At one time, it had a population of 2 million people. In 2009, 2010, 11, the population was down to 725,000. I think it may be even less. And so you had whole neighborhoods that were vacant, but students were in those neighborhoods. And so we were closing schools. And so then we created, based on some of the, the work that Paul did in New Orleans and some of the other, we said, let's expand the existing charter system in the district, in the city. And in those neighborhoods where we were closing traditional public schools, we then set up a system to recruit national charter operators, and we would provide those facilities to those operators, such that in those communities we would still have a school. And so that system was put in place, then I left. And then additionally, when we did our research around the fiduciary responsibility of charter school board members, we found that in many instances, individuals who sat on the charter school board, citizens, did not fully comprehend their fiduciary responsibility with respect to how those charter operators performed. And so when we were creating this new system of charter schools, we decided that we would create a charter board academy for those citizens who was interested in serving on a charter board, so that they would understand that serving on a charter board is not like being a member of the PTA or the parent, or the school citizen committee, that there was a real fiduciary responsibility. So we put that system in place, and then we left. So I think in Detroit's case, school reform, long-term, and student achievement higher student achievement will be accomplished when there is stability, when there's a settlement, as it were, on a particular system, and that there is long-term stability. Because I changed some of the things from the previous superintendent. The other emergency managers have also made changes from the changes that I put in place. So I'm back to the point what Paul made. Stability is very important, I believe, no matter what the structure is.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to comment on governance structures and particularly the role of school boards?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Or anything else.
So just to be clear, I feel very humble up here. I have not run a school district or a state. What I've been doing for the past 25 years is looking at school districts, trying to make big improvements. And while I agree that it can happen with an appointed school board like in Boston, or it can happen with an elected school board. And that stability is really important. Stability is only important if it's working. Right. In these cases, specifically to turnover, we need instability. We need the ability to move quickly and to do that. And so school boards that follow a political process are not a speedy. It's not a speedy process, nor is it typically a speedy process to renegotiate teacher contracts in ways that facilitate that. So it's not necessarily a governance thing, but it is, because there needs to be ways to create instability and create fast action. And so the fact that there were, at least in Massachusetts, that there are some partners in the enterprise with strong levels of capacity at the State Department, and that the different pieces of the state, the legislature, the governor's office, and the state education agency, which are separate in Massachusetts, we're all working together in a common way around this particular issue. So that part of governance is really important. Clearing the slates for fast action with a recognition on building the lasting infrastructure.
So that's a great lead into another topic that I wanted to touch on quickly, which is the teacher pipeline. And I was wondering, Kevin, if you could talk to us about the strategies that you used through the Recovery District or in Tennessee generally to try to retain and attract the kind of the high caliber workforce that we all agree is critical.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the most pressing challenges in doing this work, though somebody asked earlier about principal pipeline, which I think is equally challenging and has many of the same issues. So what happens in the ASD, if it takes over a school, if a school is going to be chartered by the ASD, the workforce in that school is invited to apply for their jobs if they want to stay. As a practical matter, what happens is in individual meetings with every single teacher, which is what happens when a school is identified, the ASD lays out what the expectations are going to be moving forward at that school, and most people decide not to reapply. And so it's not a question that everybody says, I want to keep my job, and then the ASD says, we don't want to keep you. This is what this school is going to look like. This is what the way it's going to be managed. This is what the expectations will be. And most people don't reapply. So some stay, but it's a pretty small number. So then the ASD has to figure out where the teacher is going to come from. And actually, it's not really the ASD. It's the charters. It's the CMOs on an individual school basis. And what the ASD's role has been, first it was trying to play a sort of coordinating role among the charters, but it's expanded to become a thing where it's playing a leadership role along with the innovation zone and along with the traditional school system, because it makes absolutely no sense to simply go and raid the best teachers from the traditional school district only to have a number of schools in that traditional school district fall into the bottom 5% the next time they run the list. So there has to be some way to build a bigger pie. And one of the big challenges that we've had over time is trying to build the energy around that. And so a number of people in Tennessee have worked jointly to try to create a quote unquote teacher town strategy where they're trying to make Memphis a place where people want to become teachers. The University of Memphis is part of that. I had the interim president of the University of Memphis say to me, it's all great that there's this emphasis on alternative certification programs and on Teach for America and on other alt-route programs. But I will promise you this, if you come back to Memphis in 20 years, most of the teachers are still going to have come from the University of Memphis. And if you don't make an effort to try to have that be part of the process, you are going to have a real problem in the long haul. So there's been an effort to try to create an independent alt-route program over at the University of Memphis, an effort to try to figure out through professional development how you can take teachers who are performing at a reasonable but not great level and get them to a higher level, an effort to recruit from out of state, and an effort to build on the alt-route programs that are already there. But it's a big it is a big challenge, and I don't think it's been solved. But I think all the right people are working jointly on it. And if there's one thing I think that constrains the potential of the Achievement School District, it is the human capital pipeline and the question of how you build a human capital pipeline that not only serves the Achievement School District, but ensures that you're not just robbing out of the traditional district, thereby creating in aggregate the same levels of achievement.
So Karen, I'm interested in if whether the same strategies that were used in Tennessee also apply in Massachusetts, or if we need to take a differentiated approach based on the sort of attractiveness of the place where we're trying to get people.
Oh, yeah. That's a really interesting question, and it really fits in the Massachusetts context. So this is a place where the state is doing, it sounds like something similar to what Tennessee is doing, in the sense of, like they've said, Memphis is a place where we could potentially see a set of strategies that would improve, where we could improve the human capital. So they're taking a differentiated approach. They're saying some places we're just never going to get young folks to move in and to do. So we need sort of a different strategy, both about how we take over the schools, about even the curriculum and instructional designs we use in those schools. And we need to figure out at the state level how to support the building of human capacity across these small school districts. So there's a lot of work that they're doing around, and I think this is also happening in Tennessee too, but around creating lead teachers and bringing them together across the system to share, and using remote strategies to build that pipeline, creating incentives and awards that happen across the state, which when, we work in large urban districts mostly, and those things can happen inside those school districts, but in places like New York would be another example, where most of the teachers are actually in these tiny school districts, where the opportunities for advancement and for sharing around your practice areas, and where, the pipeline for the geometry teacher is pretty low. The question is, what are the statewide strategies for supporting that that pipeline? So it really is a state role in that case.
Robert, before you go, I want to acknowledge that former Senator Mary Landrieu has joined us, who is instrumental in pushing the Louisiana reforms from the federal level.
Yeah, just quickly, I think D.C. somewhat has solved that issue. I think
Yes.
when Chancellor Rhee, with the support of the mayor and city council, which has now been continued by Chancellor Henderson, they've come up with a new compensation package for teachers, and which has made it very attractive for teachers to come into to apply for positions within the D.C. public school district, and I think that's one model that potentially could be looked at. Mm-hmm. The other one, when I was in Detroit, the University of Michigan pipeline into Teach of America was much greater than any other university in the U.S., and yet Teach for America was banned from the Detroit public schools. And one of the orders that I put in place as an emergency manager was to bring Teach for America back in, permit them to come back into the school district, simply because it would enhance our pipeline, as it were.
Thank you.
Let me just say something about teacher quality. Obviously, I haven't been a superintendent for about 20 years, always going into districts that had significant shortages. Three important things, teacher quality. The facts remain that the quality of the teachers emerging from the teaching colleges is declining, both in terms of number and in quality. If you look at where they are on the academic scale, 20, 30 years ago, public education had a monopoly of the best and the brightest in many ways within the minority community and among women, because the economy was more closed to them, so to speak. So we could wait for the best and the brightest to walk through our door. But as economic, there's nothing that is more liberating than economic growth and economic expansion, because the economy demands certain things. The economy demands talent. But yet, the way we recruit teachers has fundamentally remained unchanged. So the struggle we face is a talent struggle, because you have to remember, these are the facts. Number one is there are fewer teachers graduating from the teaching colleges. Two is they are coming from the lower academic spectrum on the average. I'm generalizing. And number three, there are fewer and fewer minority teachers. You know, we can talk all we want about the failure to recruit minority teachers, but when in Connecticut, only 7% of the teachers in the teacher colleges are African American, well, you know, you're already starting with one hand behind your back. So number one, you have to expand the pool. And whether it's through, let's call it the traditional alternative certification programs like Teach for America or the New Teacher Project, or you design your own programs. We actually did a pilot with Tulane University to bring greater diversity to our alternative certification. That's what you have to do. You have to take steps to extend the pool. Number two is the system that you put the teachers in matter. You know, it's interesting. I always cite the military, and obviously there's certain advantages. When you're a military instructor, you never teach more than 3 years, period. All military instructors never teach more than 3 years. Yet, you know, I taught in the service subjects I had no content area master in, but the superior curriculum instructional models, and of course everybody stood up and saluted you when you walked in the room. That certainly had certain advantages. The bottom line is when you put somebody in the right system where you have an instructional leadership team, where you have intensive site-based professional development, where you've got the mentoring going on, you can institutionalize excellence. You know, Philadelphia, a long time ago, before Corbett cut the education budget by $1 billion, and one of my successors decided to spend No Child Left Behind money like it was permanent. The district had structurally balanced budgets, and the district had literally almost a tripling of its math scores. Ken Brown has done some really good research out of Brown University on that, and almost a doubling of its reading scores. And the charters, which constituted 1/3 of the schools, and the traditional schools, the increases were side by side. There was peaceful coexistence between charter schools and traditional schools. The traditional schools went from 22 traditional schools making MYP to 168. Now, what happened? There weren't widespread staff changes in those schools. What changed in those schools that were struggling were the schools were required to implement very specific prescribed curriculum structural reforms, some of the characteristics of which I cited. So you created a system within which teachers could be effective. And then the third real important factor is accountability. You have to be able to staff. You have to be able to promote based on quality. You have to be able to make decisions, site-based decision making. You have to have the flexibility to assign staff and to deploy staff and to promote individuals based on their abilities. So expanding the pool, creating the system within which teachers can operate in, which gives them the infrastructure for success. And then the third thing is having the accountability so that you're making personnel decisions in the best interest of the school and the educational plan. Those are the three critical components, I think.
Thank you so much. I want to make sure we have time for a few questions, and so we're going to do one last lightning round with the panelists. I want you to imagine that you're talking to somebody who was sitting in your shoes a decade ago. What one piece of advice would you give them? So a state education leader who is trying to come up with a strategy that will work to turn around the most chronically failing schools in their state in about 30 seconds.
You know, I'll start, and let's see if I can actually do something in 30 seconds. I think the important thing for the state is to see itself as a school improvement organization. It's not about compliance. Everything's about compliance. Special ed is all about compliance. It's not about performance. I mean, when 11% of the kids in New Orleans are at proficiency, special ed kids are at proficiency in 2005, and in 2011, 42% are at proficiency, and the Southern Poverty Law Center decides to sue the district that has 42% at proficiency. It's all about compliance. So the point is you're a school improvement organization, and it's about results. It's about results, not about compliance. Compliance is not a substitute for results, for effectiveness.
Thank you.
From my experience, I would say that the state needs to be a partner with these school districts as opposed to a gotcha type of mentality, particularly at the level of those professionals at the state who are working directly with leaders at the local schools.
Thank you.
I echo those. And I would want to add in there that we need to pay attention in some ways that we haven't talked about fully. We need to pay attention to the systems and structures that got these schools in the place they are now while we're intervening in all of those. And those are the funding systems, the contracts that limit limit site selection and constrain work rules and make changing time very difficult in schools, the human capital pipelines, and the overall infrastructure of the school. This business about overcapacity is a big deal when we're thinking about, and in a larger sense, not just buildings, but all of the kinds of central office. So pay attention to that at the same time. Otherwise, you fix it, and they go back into the same broken set of systems that we haven't acted decisively enough to fix and redesign.
Thank you.
I'll give you two things that sort of both come back to humility. So one is community engagement. I think in the first couple of years, we left it too much to the CMOs themselves to go out into neighborhoods and talk to parents, and some did it extremely well and some did it incredibly poorly. And we did not structure the community engagement effectively enough in the early stages. And the second is humility about charters that have a high track record of success, building up one grade level at a time, taking over buildings and taking over zone schools. I think they are all discovering as they do this work that it is much harder than they thought they were, than what they thought they were getting into. And I think we probably underestimated the extent of the learning curve of moving from the traditional charter model to, hey, here's your neighborhood school, now run it effectively.
Thank you so much. Okay, I think we do have time for a few questions. Nelson? If you could state your name and your organization.
Nelson Smith, National Association of Charter School Authorizers. I have a question about the longer-term governance implications of these districts specifically. Each one was created with the idea that the schools would be fixed and then turned back to the district, but it's not really turning out that way. In Louisiana, for example, I think 34 of the 36 charters that were eligible to leave the RSD and go back to Orleans Parish have decided not to. They want to stay with the RSD. So should we regard these as permanent entities? And if not, under what conditions should schools go back to the districts? And I mean conditions imposed on the district itself.
Yeah, you
Kevin?
know,
I think Kevin actually wanted to speak directly to that.
Yeah, I was just going to say in Tennessee, what we've done is for charters, they get a 10-year charter, but then it's the parent vote on whether they're going to go back or not. And so what I would say in terms of whether you regard this as permanent or not, I think there's a need for a permanent structure of an ASD. But I put it on the district. You know, if the district can make a compelling case to parents that your school is going to do well going back into the district, then parents will follow that. And I think if the districts can't, then, you know, that's on them. So I think it's a question of, you know, putting control in the hands not of a school board, but of the parents who send their kids to these schools and letting them pick which governance structure works for them.
Yeah, and I want, you know, New Orleans is wrestling with that right now, this whole idea of, you know, how will schools be returned. But let me tell you an interesting thing that's happening in New Orleans is a product of the New Orleans reforms is the remaining schools that are run by the recovery school, by the Orleans Parish School Board are much more independent than they've ever been too. They're almost entitlement schools in their own right. I think eventually the issue of return will have to be resolved, and New Orleans could again be another model, or you know, a model not to follow according to some people anyway. But the point is, I think they're wrestling with that right now. I think what will happen is you've got to develop a structure where schools are able to retain their autonomy. The things that make them unique, the things that give them the power and the authority to make decisions in the best interest of the kids. So I think the role and responsibility of the so-called central administration needs to be refined. And that's something that they're debating right now because, like Tennessee, schools have an option not to go back. It's interesting, the law that passed, and I've been out of Louisiana for a few years, basically said if schools are failing, the district can, and the RSD has not successfully improved them, the school districts can ask for them back. Incidentally, they never ask for them back, but not the failing schools. They only want the schools that are successful. But in the schools that are successful, they have an opportunity to, I only think one school has elected to come back, and the rest have elected not to. But eventually, I think this issue will be resolved around a redefinition of what the role of the central office is. Can you have a central administration and at the same time allow the schools to maintain the level of autonomy they need to be successful?
Karen, did you want to comment on that?
No.
No, okay.
No, I'm taking notes.
Hi, Cara Kerwin from the Center for Education Reform. So one question back to sort of the
Yes.
really need to be in place.
Right.
It's sort of the elephant in the room that we keep talking about. Great, you know, we can't always have Kevin or Chris Barr
Yeah.
leading this. So, Kevin, you might be able to answer this too, but the structures in the ASD have actually deterred some groups from opening up schools because they don't see sort of the same autonomy and freedoms guaranteed by the structure and the law. Maybe the great people can do it, but how do we push the envelope a little bit further and ensure that those systems and structures are in place, codified in law, and really to answer the big elephant in the room, the collective bargaining agreements, the freedom for teachers, the freedom for educators, all of those issues. How do we really actually improve these laws so that they actually do what they can last and sustain like the reforms that are already going on?
Yeah.
So I think getting the laws right, especially around personnel rights, is really, really important. You know, I think the sustainability and having it not be dependent on a leader, the best thing that we can do for that, I think, is to create something that is a true portfolio. I mean, we desperately needed somebody with Chris Barbick's skill set to step in and set this thing up and get it going and recruit people and have the credibility and the leadership skills to do that. Chris is leaving now, but the reason I think this is going to be okay is because I think the role has shifted. You know, I think the next Chris needs to be someone who authorizes schools and holds them accountable and gets rid of them if they're not doing a good job. But they're pushing responsibility out to a much broader portfolio of individual leaders, and I think that's how it becomes sustainable. I think if it is a curricular reform that you're relying on or something like that, you pull out the leader and all of a sudden the reform goes away. If it's a structural reform down to the grassroots level, then the reform stays in place.
Yeah, I do. I'm so happy that you brought that up again, and that is that. So what I'm seeing is that while the state can be a catalyst with this, ultimately it needs to be a citywide strategy. And just to give you a really poignant example, building on Philadelphia, I know a lot about Philadelphia's finances now, and having looked at and not only their finances, but what is really happening in sort of a tale of two districts now at this point, where you've drained all human capital, you've drained intellectual capital, you've drained everything out, and now, despite, all kinds of, trying to be prudent around their dollars, there is just so little down there at the school level that they can do, and so little at the system level to do anything possible. And yet they still pay their teachers on average compensation now up to $120,000 a year, 38% benefits, no ability to assign teachers within schools or to change the time. And so we've got this incredibly uneven playing field where charter schools are open where teachers work about 40% more in the charter schools in terms of the teacher work year, and students have 30% more time, and yet we're spending, a whole lot more. So I think we need to think about how we take the human, social, and actual capital and put it into the redesign of those city systems. I love the Memphis story about the cooperation that's happening across the different entities, the Innovation Zone, the Achievement School District, and that's the way that this can work, is that there's planned building of, downsizing of capacity if it has to happen in a Detroit context or in a Philly context, and then the rebuilding of the underlying systems.
Can I just throw one other thing out? Our friends in the charter world have to step up and be willing to operate schools when the conditions are not exactly ideal. I have the utmost respect in the world for our high-performing CMOs. But I will tell you that there are a lot of charter operators out there who are like the golfer who walks outside and it's like, is it 70 degrees? Is there a little bit of wind? I don't know. The fairways don't look perfect. If we're actually going to get to scale, we need some people who are willing to say, you know what, it's 50 and it's windy and I may shoot a little bit over par, but I'm going to shoot better than somebody else who was running this school.
We also have to create the conditions to allow them to accept that risk and
Agreed.
evaluate them fairly, because the evaluations are a little skewed. So that golfer isn't going to go out there and say, I'm going to take this risk if they're not going to be evaluated fairly for the student population or the conditions that are in place. They're serving.
Well, I want to point out that in New Orleans, the charters are doing that. Renew Charter was like a developed, it really got started. It was an extension of Jay Altman's program, First Line. And they take the kids. They focus on, a large part of their focus is on the alternative schools population, okay? KIPP has taken, the poorest kids, exactly. KIPP has been taking over schools with the existing children. They took Douglas High School and kept the high school kids. So what's happening in New Orleans is the charters are stepping up to the plate, because what's happening now is not necessarily new charters are taken, a new charter is created in New Orleans and they bring all new kids in, or they basically go grade by grade. There is still a degree to that being done, but in most cases a school, a better school model will take over a weaker school model, and they'll take all those kids lock, stock, and barrel. Kids always have an opportunity to vote with their feet and to go to their other schools because you have 100% school choice. But that's the approach you have to take. But I'll tell you, in this whole school reform debate, we continue to kind of look at the large urban districts like this is a large urban district issue exclusively. You know, I was in northern Missouri recently, and they have 25, outside St. Louis, they have 25 small districts. What is the average size? 1,500? Some are 800, 900. They also have 50 charters in that area. And most of those charters, except KIPP, are not the brand charters. And both the charters and the traditional schools are struggling too. And when you get into a district that you have to transform, and it's 2 schools or 3 schools, you know, the New Orleans solutions or the Chicago solutions or the Memphis solutions don't apply. So California, they have like 1,000 itty bitty districts and that are all struggling. And so this goes beyond, because so much of this discussion seems to have kind of an urban focus, as if it's the urban schools that are the only struggling schools, when we have all these poor schools that are tiny schools, itty-bitty schools, like in northern Louisiana, where maybe the starting teacher salary is $26,000 or $28,000 a year. So those are struggles. Those are issues that have to be addressed too. And I don't know if any of these measures, well, with the exception of some of the creative things that you're doing in Tennessee and in Massachusetts, and the things that Paul Pasternak has attempted to do in New Orleans are really addressing those issues, because those are the vast majority of the districts.
Thank you. I think we have time for one more question.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Johnson with the Center for American Progress. I am actually a Memphis native. I grew up in Memphis, went to Shelby County Schools, graduated from Rhodes College. I taught in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, post-Katrina for 2 years, and I supervised teacher candidates in 4 different Boston public schools. And now I work in DC as a policy analyst. Right. So my question to all of you is, why am I not still a teacher in one of these school districts? And what would you say to other people like me, who there are many of, who have left teaching to go to these organizations to figure out what we can do about the teacher pipeline?
Yeah. So I bet we all have something. I'll be quick. I think it's about the structure of the teaching job and career path and compensation. I mean, all of our organizations have tons of folks like you who've left teaching just for that reason, and it's because the job is unsustainable. And this gets to creating it's not just about compensation and career path, it's about reimagining what schools look like and what the job of teaching looks like. And that's something that can be happening all over the place, but needs to be reinforced by these structures that we have to break down in systems to enable those things to happen, that we can have part-time jobs, that we can have staggered schedules, all of those things that are now forbidden in the contracts in most of the places where we're working.
You should have been on the panel, by the way. So, I would say that. Plus, I'd add leadership opportunity while you're still in the classroom, which I think is just one of the most significant things that we either don't do or we parcel it out as if it's like a seniority right, rather than something that should be about keeping our very best people excited about spreading their wings.
I think this is always going to be a problem. I mean, the economy is what it is. You know, we're trying to promote student choice, but we have teacher choices too, at the end of the day. But I think what's important from a state vantage point is to do everything that they can to expand the pool of quality talent. Because, and not to use the military as a model again, but 3 years in and out, that's the time you spend as a military instructor. And early on in the first panel, one of the researchers pointed out that cited some research about beginning teachers and what they need and how they perform. Well, look at the tail end of that analysis. Ted Sanders has done research. Hirschberger, I think, out of UPenn has done research. And you know what happens? It's like this. First 4 or 5 years, the weakest performance. Then it skyrockets. And after 8 or 9 years, 10 years, suddenly it begins to plummet again. So at the end of the day, it's about expanding the pool so you always have the best and the brightest. You have people who will come in and they work like there's no tomorrow, where they think a 180-day school year is maybe 70 days too short, or a 6-hour instructional day, 6.5-hour instructional day is like part-time work, and they need to work an 8-hour or 9-hour day, and will put the professional time in and won't nickel and dime you for every additional thing that you task them with. And then the second thing is to put them in the right system, a system that allows for promotion based on performance, expanded responsibilities and pay based on performance, that allows them to assume positions of leadership. So many elect to stay, and they elect to stay not because of the paycheck, but they elect to stay because of the opportunities. And then finally, having a system of accountability. Because if you have a pool, an ever-increasing pool, an ever-expanding pool of talent, and you have the right systems, then you certainly want to have the ability to make personnel changes so that you are, in effect, always recruiting and retaining and promoting the best and the brightest. And so creating that type of dynamic, I think, will ease the impact that so many districts face, particularly those small itty-bitty districts in the hinterlands where you're never going to be able to sustain a pay-for-performance system, or, for that matter, who barely have the local tax base to spend more than $8,000 or $9,000 a student, and sometimes less.
Robert, the last word.
I think we need to learn from the private sector. When I was in the private sector, you had a pathway for career. And from my experience in the Detroit system, we did not create a pathway for young teachers, beginning teachers, so that they, aside from the compensation, there were opportunities for leadership, and putting in place a career path for those individuals so that they can choose to, if they want to get on a principal path, or they want to get on another path, that there would be some pathway so that those individuals can choose to stay in the system.
Thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause for our panel. So we have lunch outside, and we invite you to stay, and then we're going to have our final panel at 12:30. Thank you.
Someone left.
Someone's phone?
Phone? Hey,
I thought so.
Yeah.
Elizabeth, we have those two. No, two guys. Of course, the guys are the ones who got to straggle in here. Okay. All right, good afternoon, everyone. We're going to start the third panel. My name is Gerard Robinson. I'm a resident fellow here at the American Enterprise Institute. I want to thank all of you who are joining us in person and those of you who are watching us live stream. We actually set the panel up this way in particular because we knew it was after lunch, and we figured we need a little excitement to keep all of you awake. And so I think we have the right people for the right topic on the national importance of Katrina at 10. First of all, it's important that the first two panels put in context New Orleans at a local perspective. Teacher, education, parents, students, and reform are part of the topic. We're now at panel 3, where we have an honest conversation about what New Orleans means to a national conversation about reform. And we have 4 people who will actually provide very good context. I am pleased to have John King with us. He's a senior advisor for the U.S. Department of Education, primarily responsible for the areas dedicated to the Deputy Secretary of Education. He actually arrived at this position as a former state chief in New York, where he played a very tremendous role in implementing state standards in that state. John did not walk into school reform only at the state level. He actually worked in the charter school movement, both working for, at one point, Uncommon Schools, and then becoming a co-founder of Roxbury Prep. He's also a school teacher. Now at the Department of Education, he has an opportunity to articulate his work from the ground level up at a national level, and I think he'll be a very great and good asset to this conversation. Number 2 is another state chief, Paul Pastrick. Paul currently is the co-executive director for the Broad Foundation, one of the nation's top organizations dedicated to making sure that urban education matters, and in particular that urban education matters as relates to achievement. Paul has worked for 3 governors in Louisiana, having served as a board member and a president of the Bessie Board from 1996 to 2004, and later he became the state chief. He was in that position when it was time for the state to implement a lot of programs in New Orleans to help change the city around, and so Paul's got great state-level experience and now taking a national perspective. Third, we have Nina Reese, who has over 20 years worth of experience in education in Washington, D.C. She's currently the president and CEO of the National Alliance for Public Charter Schools, the leading organization articulating the values of charter schools and why they matter to our economy and our country. Prior to that, she worked for Knowledge Universe, so she's got some great private sector skills. She was also the first Assistant Deputy Secretary of Education at our federal department, focused on innovation, where she managed 28 grants to try to implement the kind of ideas we see in New Orleans, but at a national level. She and I are actually on the advisory board for the Program of Education Policy and Governance at Harvard, and so she's going to add a great voice to this as well. We're soon to be joined by Randy Weingarten, who is the president of the American Federation for Teachers. Under her leadership, she has introduced the AFT Innovation Fund. She's also created AFT's Quality Learning Agenda to make sure that every conversation we have about reform includes the role of teachers as it relates to quality and student learning. She's also as an online proponent called My Shared Resources, or in fact it's called My Shared Resources, or My Shared Lesson, where it's the largest collection of resources for teachers, parents, and students and others in the country, and she will join us shortly. This panel was set up where each panelist will have an opportunity to speak for 10 minutes about the topic at hand. At the completion of that, I will open it for a moderated dialogue. I have a number of questions for them, and then we will open it for a Q&A. As my other 2 moderators said before, 2 rules at AEI. Number 1, provide your name and your affiliation. Number 2, ask a question at the point that I feel like I'm in church and getting a sermon, we'll probably move it. Or for other faith traditions, another speech. So with that, we're going to open our conversation. I'm going to turn it over to John King, who will talk to us about 10 years after Katrina in education and what it means from a national perspective. There you go, John.
Thanks very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this discussion. Just where I'd start, I think John White, the state chief in Louisiana, has thoughtfully argued that this is a moment for reflection and also a moment for both pride and humility. And I think that's the approach we should take in reflecting on 10 years after Katrina. There is a lot of progress to recognize thanks to the hard work of teachers, school leaders, parents, community leaders. There's real progress in terms of English language arts performance, real progress in terms of math performance, significant progress in graduation rates, a 19-point increase in graduation rates from 54 to 73. The percentage of students who graduate from high school and go on to college has gone from somewhere around a third to more than half. Those are all causes for celebration. There has also been a lot of thoughtful work to think about what is the right role for the center in a decentralized system. And so the progress that New Orleans has made recently around school discipline, reducing the number of expulsions, is, I think, an illustration of thoughtfulness about the center being accountable for ensuring equity of opportunity. You also see real progress in the enrollment system. Again, I think real thoughtfulness on the part of New Orleans about how to create an effective choice system, how to ensure that parents have access to the full range of opportunity, get good information about their choices. Again, all of that is a testament to the hard work of folks on the ground, but certainly there have been important investments at the federal level. Without question, huge federal investment in infrastructure, right? Rebuilding schools, building new buildings, improving road conditions, right? And infrastructure across the region, but also some very targeted investments in innovation. Now, the department over the last 6.5 years has invested over $100 million in New Orleans and Louisiana, focused on reform, focused on innovating. You can see that in New Schools for New Orleans, which is a recipient of I3 Investing in Innovation dollars, a recipient of Charter School Program dollars, participant in our Teacher Incentive Fund. What you see there, New Schools for New Orleans, is driving the creation of new schools, but also thoughtful sharing of best practice, work on talent development, training of school leaders, work to improve services for special education students. That's an important contribution to the work in New Orleans. Similarly, New Leaders for New Schools has a New Orleans office that has been responsible for the preparation of a number of important school leaders in New Orleans and folks who are leading throughout the system at New Schools for New Orleans, at the state level, at the charter authorizer level. Again, New Leaders for New Schools, a beneficiary of significant federal innovation dollars. So lots of good work to reflect on and celebrate, but also huge distance left to travel. And I think it's important at this moment that we are all very clear that victory is not to be declared. That still too many students don't graduate. There's a huge number of disconnected youth in New Orleans, particularly young men of color who aren't in school, aren't employed, and need to get reconnected. There are many students who are graduating from high school underprepared for college or post-secondary training. There are still significant achievement gaps within New Orleans and between New Orleans students and the most affluent students in the state. So it is premature to declare victory, but it is important to celebrate progress. The question, I think, and I hope we'll spend most of our time on in this discussion today, is so 10 years from now, what do we want to be able to say? What do we want to be able to say, looking back, if we were to have this panel 10 years from now, about how the system has continued to evolve? There are important investments that need to be made. Early learning is one. There are still too many kids in New Orleans who don't have access to high-quality early learning. Louisiana is a recipient of our preschool development grant program. Through that program, they are adding seats, high quality early learning seats. There are some in Congress who are arguing to eliminate that program. We would then lose those seats for those children. It's clear from the evidence that quality early learning can help students get a good start and also help to ensure that students are successful long term. We need to continue that investment. Hopefully, sitting here 10 years from now, we will be able to reflect on continued investment in early learning. Similarly, we know for the students who aren't yet ready for college, we've got to continue the work to improve standards and instruction in New Orleans schools. We have to continue to ensure that more students not just graduate from high school, but graduate ready not just to go to college, but succeed there and graduate. We've got to continue to make sure that students have access to advanced placement courses. When I was in New Orleans a couple weeks ago, I went to visit a BARD early college program and was struck by the powerful experience that students were having taking a college class as high school students and the way that was changing their vision of what was possible for them and for their families. That's work that needs to continue. The reduction in expulsions is an important step, but there's still too many suspensions. There's more work to be done to rethink discipline and to ensure strong school climates. Both the state and charter authorizers are working with community-based organizations on positive school climate initiatives, restorative justice initiatives. That work should continue. There's still work to do to make sure that the one app common enrollment system works for all families and to ensure that parents have the best possible information. Still work to do to ensure that some of the schools that have relied on attendance zones that are exclusive broaden access so that students have access to all of the schools in New Orleans. Also work to do to ensure that career and technical education is available to students, not as an alternative to college readiness, but to ensure that students are genuinely ready to succeed in college and careers, that we tap into student interests, whether it's in computer science or aviation or any number of career areas that students may find compelling. So there's, I hope, an opportunity 10 years from now to say that we have built on this good work, that we have avoided the perils of endlessly debating and have focused on the rolling up our sleeves and doing the work at hand, which is to continue to strengthen the system. And then, and I'm sure Randy will talk about this, there's an important conversation to be had about human capital and what does it take over the long term to ensure that New Orleans has the strongest possible diverse teaching force? What does it take to ensure that New Orleans has a strong and diverse school leadership corps? It's important to note, although much is said about the unfortunate loss of jobs that resulted from Katrina, it's important to note that majority of teachers today and school leaders today in New Orleans are African American. The teachers and leaders who are moving the system forward, many of them not only are African American, but are from New Orleans, and many of them worked in the New Orleans school system before Katrina. But we've got to continue that conversation because there's no question that diversity in our teacher and principal workforce is critical to the country's long-term success. So I'm looking forward to the conversation. I think there's a lot to learn from the New Orleans experience with important implications for the rest of the country and how we continue to raise achievement for the students who are most at risk.
Very nice comments, John, and I'd like to take off before I go into my remarks on your point about humility and celebrating progress. I do think we have to be humble about what we've accomplished. I want to, however, remind people just only briefly about how bad it was before the storm and about what has been accomplished is an incredibly remarkable feat. But because before the storm, the system was academically bankrupt, financially bankrupt, and facilities bankrupt. There were 21 open indictments, which were all closed, and people went to jail. The FBI had an office in the Orleans Parish Schools systems offices. No one in the city of New Orleans would have ever believed in August 28th, 2005, the day before Katrina, no one would have ever believed that we would have had this measure of progress in 10 years. No one would have ever believed it. It could not be possible. And the kinds of things that you see happening in New Orleans were verboten. TFA was verboten. TNTP, verboten. These kinds of opportunities have made a remarkable impact. Granted, progress, and granted, not where we need to be. But I will never forget when I took this job in March of 2007, as state superintendent, Governor Blanco and Senator Mary Landrieu asked me to do this, and I called up one of my good clients as a lawyer, one of my dear friends, and I said, I'm not sure I really want to go back to public service. He said, Paul, you've been trying to fix the schools in New Orleans for 25 years and you haven't accomplished a damn thing. Maybe, if you actually get the baton, you might. Now, I didn't. Many people did. But I credit Governor Blanco and Mary Landrieu as being the visionaries. And they're two floor leaders because this passed by the legislature. Senator Ann Duplessis and Representative Karen Carter, now Karen Carter Peterson. 4 women who led the charge in the legislature to create a dramatically different opportunity for children in Louisiana. So how should this inform the national education policy? First and foremost, I think it stands for the proposition that we must set high expectations for children. I want to go back to my opening statement. No one believed this was possible. Not because they believed that the system couldn't do it. They didn't believe the kids could do it. And they didn't believe with proper parental support the kids could do it because kids, in their mind, did not have proper parental support. So I think we can demonstrate that when we set high expectations for kids, we can achieve them. So I would argue, first and foremost, states need to set very high expectations, and kids will live up to those expectations. Second, elected officials should drive the change, as it was done in Louisiana, as it has been done now in Michigan, as it's been done in Nevada, as it's been done in Tennessee, and as it's been done in Georgia. Elected officials are driving the change, passing legislation, adopting laws and rules which make this happen. Third, I don't think the term recovery school district really does a good service to what is going on. And so I think we ought to change the term. The term ought to be empowerment zones. It's all about creating empowerment. And it's appropriate that Randy just walked in because
Are you empowering me?
I am talking about empowering teachers, and you're certainly empowered. And principals. That's what really this is all about. It's about moving the power to the local school building, and it's about holding the local school building accountable. I believe another lesson is that every state should have a mechanism for addressing chronically low-achieving schools. It should be used as a last resort, and it should be used as leverage to get local school districts to do their job. But I also think we need to recognize that we live in a land of generalists in the education world. We're not like medicine, where there are so many specialists and where we really have lots of people who understand the details of how to perform special medical procedures. Dealing with chronically low-achieving schools is, in my opinion, a specialty, and we ought to recognize that, and we ought to bring specialists in to do this work, but we ought to encourage districts to take responsibility to do it if they are willing to develop specialists and bring specialists in themselves. I think you need to remove restrictions from those schools that are in the line of being in chronically failing schools. You ought to remove as many as you possibly can, all restrictions, except for things like safety, accountability, special education, and perhaps some other federal requirements. The state strategy should be based on a portfolio approach. You've read about this in the CRPE materials. You've heard about this from Paul Hill. Paul Hill was a very important advisor to Paul Vallis and myself when we began this journey back in 2007. I like to refer to portfolio as seed, feed, and weed. The responsibility of the enterprise that oversees schools is to seed new schools, to support them if they ask for it, and to weed them when they don't accomplish the objectives that they've set out. Next, that the raison d'etre of the state mechanism is that school leaders make the decisions regarding finances, personnel, and curriculum and instruction, and that they are held strictly accountable. And part of the accountability is not just around test scores, but it's around push-outs. It's around monitoring suspensions and expulsion, and even controlling expulsion. It's about avoiding backfill issues. It's about monitoring special ed practices and compliance. There's also a requirement for a different kind of support system, and I think the New Schools for New Orleans is a great example of that. Now we have this term Harbor Master, which is this non-governmental, nonprofit entity that provides support in the way of pipeline, whether it's CMO pipeline, teacher pipeline, or principal pipeline. And the other piece that I think we're informed by is how to approach building the 21st century school district. It's not only about state takeover strategies, but it's also about district strategies and how to do district strategies with more success. And I think that there are many opportunities for districts to use these strategies to employ to achieve the kind of success we're talking about. And we see this in Detroit. We see this in Washington, D.C. We see this in Cincinnati. We see actually 20-plus districts that are working on using these similar types of strategies. But lessons learned would include not having a cookie-cutter approach. I would not begin to suggest that we need to have a Katrina in every place in order to do this. And I would not begin to suggest that what we did in New Orleans are all the right things, nor would I suggest that all what we did in New Orleans are all the right things for other communities. So there are strategies and principles that are, I think, applicable, but the details have to be applicable to the local community. I would not recommend taking over 100 schools all at once. Don't recommend that. Community engagement, as was mentioned in an earlier comment, I think is another lesson learned that we need to be very mindful of. And the role of the federal government is very important here because of the waiver process particularly, which I could go into more later. I think that what's fascinating to me is that other states now are exploring this. There are about 10 states that are exploring one version or another of this. As I said, Nevada, Georgia, Tennessee, Michigan are all now actively undertaking it as a result of legislative action. So much to be learned, much more to talk about as we go forward. Nina?
Thank you, Paul. I also want to take a moment to thank the American Enterprise Institute and the Center for American Progress for hosting this event. We have come a long way in Louisiana and in New Orleans. I was at the U.S. Department of Education when the hurricane hit New Orleans, and I remember vividly all the meetings we held to see what we could do as fast as possible to send as much money as possible to New Orleans at the time, get rid of all the rules and regulations. And so, we should be humble about the progress, but I also think we should take a moment to really celebrate the results. John touched on some of the data points, and Doug and his graph certainly highlighted them, but I want to touch on these because it's the last panel, and I'm extremely proud of these results. In 2004, only 31% of the students in New Orleans were at grade level. Today, that number is twice as many. 62% of students are at grade level or above grade level. The gap in achievement between the students in New Orleans and the rest of the state has nearly disappeared. It's shrunk from 25 points to just 6 points. In 2004, 60% of New Orleans public schools were in the bottom 10% of the schools in the state. Today, that number is 13%. 10 years ago, only 50% of students were graduating after being in high school for 4 years. That number is now 73%. And the passing rates among African American students and low-income students in New Orleans has doubled since 2003. As reformers, we tend not to pause too much to celebrate. We kind of quickly move on to the things we need to do next, but it's really important for us to take a moment and celebrate these results, because no one imagined or thought that we would be able to get these types of results at this point in time, in just a decade. Of course, we would also be the first to say there's a lot more work to be done, but one of the things that New Orleans has done extremely well is correct mistakes and address the problems as quickly as they possibly can, because they're not governed by a bureaucratic, bloated bureaucracy. And John again mentioned some of these. So the common application system that they have put together is a great example of a system they've put together to make sure that parents are able to make educated choices, and they're not those who are not active consumers of education products and services are able to quickly go to one application, fill out the form, pick the schools that they want to pick, and by and large, most of them are getting the first, their second, or third pick. If a parent doesn't put their name on that application, they're automatically assigned to the best school in their neighborhood. So we have taken on this question of whether low-income parents are going to make a choice head-on with this common application system. The unified code of conduct that's been put in place to address expulsion rates. Again, now you have someone who is in charge of making sure that there is a common process in place, and the expulsion rates now in New Orleans are less than the state average, despite serving a more at-risk student population. The third, they have now attached more funding on special needs students in New Orleans than other students, so that schools that are serving a higher portion of special needs students are not penalized for serving more special needs students. And last but not least, the Recovery School District is closing those schools that are not achieving and raising student achievement, or folding them under other charter management organizations and schools that are able to raise student achievement. So when we look at this is all progress, and these are all efforts that we've accomplished because we've moved from a bureaucratic centralized school system to a system of schools that are accountable to the needs of the community and the families in the community. In terms of national lessons, again, it's important not to take what happened in New Orleans and try to, put it in other places, but there's some key lessons that we're taking as this city is progressing and as we're looking at the results. I would say the first one is to encourage more high-quality CMOs to take over the task of restructuring poor-performing schools. This is not a job for any CMO. This is not something that we're asking all charter management organizations to engage in, but there are some that have engaged in it successfully and who are ready, willing, and able to engage in this work. We highlighted 3 of them in a recent report at the National Alliance, LEAD, Mastery, and Green Dot. So to the extent we want to have the charter community engaged, it's important to go to the ones that have done it before, that have done it well, and incentivize them to replicate what they've done in other places. The other lessons, though, are not really charter specific, in my opinion. There are lessons that any public school system or public school can adopt. These are lessons that are inherent in the charter model. One is just giving principal more autonomy to operate their schools and make personnel decisions, which is a topic that's come up a lot on the previous panels. Accountability, making sure that there is a system in place that holds the schools accountable and has a high bar on performance, making sure that the teachers are performing at the highest level. I think, again, what has worked in New Orleans is the fact that you have a recovery school district that's holding these schools accountable. And when you know that ultimately you're accountable for raising student achievement, you will focus your attention on results and only on results. Funding, again, we've said this before, in New Orleans, a huge influx of funding, public and private. Funding is extremely important in this equation, and I think it's important for us to acknowledge and realize that you need to have large chunks of funding on the table, especially facilities funding, in order to be able to really restructure these schools. One topic that hasn't come up is the importance of having meeting the needs of the students in the system, the socio-emotional needs of the students in the system. And this is, again, in New Orleans, everyone will admit to the fact that the partnership that they've had with the local communities and schools chapter was crucial in a lot of instances, because you want to make sure that the teachers and the schools are focused on doing what they do best, which is educating students, and not worried about other aspects of raising students who are in distress. So those are the key lessons, and for us also the importance of community engagement, or as Chris Barbick puts it, really moving the community from community engagement to community empowerment, and that takes a lot of time, and something that as a movement we need to do a much better job at doing. But for us, these lessons can be replicated anywhere, and one of the things we've been trying to do at the federal level is to ask Congress to use school improvement grants and the funding available at the federal level to overhaul schools to more directly encourage the creation of autonomous public schools, or to deploy or engage more CMOs in restructuring schools. But this is not something that will happen on its own. It needs to be incentivized at the federal level for it to actually work. And as Paul mentioned, I mean, a lot of states are already considering these recovery-like districts, or I think the term of art now is extraordinary school district. I count 9 states that consider them this year, and Nevada, Georgia, and Mississippi, I believe, now have models in place. So a lot of states are paying attention to this, and we are excited and hope that a lot of them will use the New Orleans experience as a model.
Push silver button to stem to talk. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? I'm grateful to be here, and I've heard it's been a really interesting panel, or day-long panel, and I think it's fantastic that CAP and AEI have done this together. And so, as would probably be predicted, I have a different view than Nina in terms of looking at the evidence. And what I would hope is that we would actually really start thinking about this not from our tribes, but from where one can actually find some common ground. Because I watched with interest the 10-year anniversary of Katrina. And our union, which was going to be very, very involved in the 10-year anniversary, a lot of people finally said, we really don't, we're still, people who live in the communities are still reeling. And we don't really want to even commemorate. We have a lot of things that still have to be built back. And I think we saw from the polling that in around, and I was just trying to see if I could, as Nina was talking, I was trying to see if I could resurrect that polling. But the polling that was done around the Katrina anniversary showed a huge disparities between whites who lived in New Orleans and African Americans who lived in New Orleans, where whites who lived in New Orleans felt like the recovery is going just fine, and African Americans felt not so much. Not terribly dissimilar from a 2013 poll where 53% of white residents said the public schools were better, where only about 29% of African American residents said that they were better. Now, look, we've been grappling with the whole notion of white privilege, and as a white person, I cannot, and as someone who did not grow up or does not live in New Orleans right now, it's hard for me to put myself in the shoes of someone who lost everything at that point in time, or put myself in the shoes of the 7,500 teachers who were, rendered, unemployed at that moment in time. But I do think that what Dr. Andrew Perry said last year in his Washington Post piece was really important, which is that schools are not supposed to improve in spite of community. They're supposed to build the strength of community. Schools should develop minds, train future workers, and enrich communities through employment opportunities for its members. Great schools excel at all three. So rather than dispute the statistics that Nina just said, this is what I would actually ask. Let's assume for a second that scores, English and math scores, actually did go up in the last 10 years. Let's assume that they have gone up. And let's assume for a second that the schools today on those criteria are actually better than they were in 2003 and 2004. Let's just assume that that's true. The question in my mind, which I don't think is a relevant question right now either, is what would have happened if everyone wasn't fired? What would have happened if we got all of that infrastructure funding and we actually brought back all sorts of community? What would have happened? We actually don't know. But I don't think either one of those questions are relevant, because I think that what we're doing is we're actually asking the wrong question. I think the question that needs to be asked is the question that the rest of the country is now asking, which is, what is our definition of success? What is what do we consider success these days? Is it math and English test scores, or is it something broader? And I would actually just spend my time talking about that. I think we are doing, by having the same discussion about math and English test scores, as opposed to thinking about what constitutes success for kids. Preparation for college, career, and citizenship. Yes, everybody could agree on that. But what does that mean? And how do we do that? And so, frankly, I would throw out some other things and actually look at some other models. At a student level, I think we have to have a different definition of accountability. What are we looking for kids to be able to do and know? How to problem solve, how to work in teams, how to develop relationships, how to develop resilience, persistence, social emotional learning. What are we doing about those things? Not just in New Orleans, but across the country. At strategic level, what strategies really help make schools work? What have we learned in the last 10 years? We've learned that you need rigor, you need engagement, and you need a collaboration. And what strategies have we learned? What strategies actually leverage movement? High quality universal pre-K. Some degree and notion of equity, particularly when 50% of our kids are poor. Teacher voice, community engagement, effective CTE linked to employers. I would actually argue that those things are probably more probative than any governance structure one can look at. Because just like we can look at the New Orleans governance structure, we could say that that same exact governance structure in Detroit didn't work so much and didn't get the kind of results from EAA that one saw in New Orleans. The flip side is we could actually argue that the governance structure of the Chancellor's District, I'm glad I heard Paul's presentation, where we actually took over 40 schools at one time, and we actually turned around every single elementary school in New York City in the late 90s, early 2000s, and did it in the traditional public school. That structure worked. What did we do there? It was focused on rigor. It was giving people supports to improve. It had, I heard Jane Hanaway and Doug said this earlier, like thinking about experienced teachers coming in. What are we doing in terms of Lawrence right now? It's this engagement, collaboration, and intervention. So when I actually look at this, a panel like this is about the old argument that we've had about governance. I'm actually looking at what are the strategies that work regardless of what the governance structure is. What are the strategies that work, and what's the public accountability around those strategies? And so community engagement means there has to be some kind of public check and balance. Whether it's a local election or something else, some kind of public check and balance. In terms of collaboration, the schools that seem to work best, the states that seem to work best, is when people actually really have an independent voice and actually can bring their voices to the table. And as I said, strategies like universal preschool, equity, community engagement, and engagement of students seem to be, and I'll end with this, seem to be what help make public schools places where parents want to send their kids, educators want to work, and students are engaged.
Thank you. As I told you in advance, you have a very shy panel. But you have a very good panel with diverse ideas. If we want to take one thing away from New Orleans, there are many. If you are in government, and particularly a State Department of Education, and you hear someone walk to you or walk into a room and say, I'm from the State Department of Education and I'm here to help. That's it. Your laughter is what you would hear at the local level. One lesson from New Orleans, in fact, is that there was an important role for the state to play in involving itself in the academic, the social, as well as the community aspect. I'm going to open this up to everyone. I'll start off with Paul. Departments of education often are seen as just regulatory agencies instead of tools of innovation. From your role, what advice can we learn from New Orleans, from Baton Rouge, statewide, to take away on how a State Department can be an innovator in an area like this?
Well, there's no doubt that state departments of education are really built to be compliance organizations. That's for starters, and that's what I found when I went to the department. That's what I found when I got on the State Board of Education in 1996. We can't, I think, move state departments of education into being the school, the deliverers of schools, or the managers or micromanagers of schools. But I do think that the place where the department can play a role is to say we're going to hold people accountable for outcomes. And if local community leaders or local school building leaders can't do that after being given lots of dollar resources, particularly in SIG grants or state funds, and particularly after many years of waiting for the turnaround to take place, then the state should bring in specialists to do it. The state should not do it. The state should bring in specialists to do it. And whether you bring it in for a period of time or for, which is what Louisiana did for 5 years, and then the state would reevaluate what its position would be, or whether you take it over permanently or for whatever shorter period of time, some intervention is required, and state departments of education need to have an intervening arm. That arm should not be a big bureaucracy. That arm should be a very limited and small and nimble operation, not restricted by all of the rules and regs that the state departments themselves apply to local school districts, which, by the way, should not be the case. But that's a whole nother conversation. But I think if state departments or state agencies.
Anna's thinking a lot about this in terms of how do you foster great career technical education, how do you foster high quality early learning experiences for students, and so there's a role for the state there. And then the final thing is the state is responsible for equity. I think this is one of the key flashpoints in the debate about the Elementary and Secondary Education Act reauthorization. Ultimately, states need to act, as Paul pointed out, when students aren't getting access to opportunity, and that's means that the state has to act when schools are failing in terms of English and math. It means the state has to act when schools aren't graduating students. It also means the state has to act when schools are ignoring the needs of their students with disabilities. The state has to act when schools aren't ensuring that students have access to advanced placement courses. And so there's a transparency and accountability role that rests with the state, and it's important that our federal law preserve that responsibility.
Any others?
Gerard, I feel like you should answer this question given your background working as a commissioner in Florida and as Secretary of Education in Virginia. But I agree with John and with Paul. I think if there's one area where everyone probably agrees that an outside entity should intervene, it's in the interest of the students in the worst performing schools in a state, and to some extent politically. And again, you're in the midst of this and talk to legislators more than I do. But politically, it's also easier in some instances to say, we will take this problem away from you and we'll try to fix it. But then the onus is on the state to make sure that they do actually fix it. I think where we failed is that to some extent, some of the states that have taken these roles on haven't adopted the right types of policies. And so what's unique and great about New Orleans is that we now have at least a case study of sorts that we can point to that shows us what happens when you take over an entire district and create a system of choice, a choice-based system where parents can move around, where you're not bound to your neighborhood school, a system where it's very decentralized, where the schools have the autonomy to make personnel decisions, but most importantly, where the schools are held accountable for raising student achievement. I think if those three things can be replicated in other places, you will be able to see the results in New Orleans. But I've been talking to Chris Barbick a bit in Tennessee, and I will say this. I mean, the key difference between Tennessee and New Orleans, and I'm not saying anything here that no one knows already, is that when you have schools kind of dispersed in a state, the task before you is very different from what was happening in New Orleans, where the problem and the issues were concentrated in one jurisdiction. So in a way, taking over a district with a lot of challenges and coming up with a set of reforms that combine choice and accountability and high standards, ultimately is perhaps a little bit easier than having a few schools here and there that you're trying to fix, and the differing needs of the districts and how they're approaching the issue. So I think having a partner in the school district in those instances is extremely important.
Okay.
So I would actually just take issue with something that Paul said. Of course, kids only have one shot at life. And if there's anybody who's involved in public education who don't think that it's urgent to help all kids, they should get out. And so the issue really becomes, what is the strategy that helps? We've had actually looking at throughout the country, and frankly, I would not say that New Orleans is the shining light here. Throughout the country, we've done a whole bunch of different strategies in the last 10 to 15 years that are focused on test and sanction as opposed to support and approve. And so when somebody like you says to me, well, we may not have the money for early childhood, when we know that that is the most important, what we've seen from the evidence is that actually works better than almost anything else, then it's shame on us as a country. It doesn't mean that every single fourth grade or fifth grade teacher is not going to do everything in her power. And if she can't teach, sorry for my voice today, if she can't teach, she shouldn't be there. But to basically say that something works that takes away pretty much all of the community involvement as a community, that actually we had to actually hammer people over the head about issues of expulsions and special needs, and these data points come in after or in light of that, and that we basically have taken away people's wherewithal to actually have some kind of independent voice. I think we should be looking at other models as well. And I think that when you look at those other models, you start seeing there is some accountability issues that we can find common ground on. There are things in terms of choice that we can find common ground on. But to hear, to hear a panel that basically is still saying that, just get rid of collective bargaining, get rid of teachers having a voice, fire 7,500 people, start from scratch as a charter model is the model that we should be using in the country. It scares me some, because I would say that with the exception of Katrina and seeing some of those increases in scores, you don't see anything like that anywhere else in the country.
Paul?
So, Randy, I don't think you have your facts right. Unfortunately, you do not live in New Orleans, and I have lived in New Orleans. The facts are different. We didn't hammer people down, and we didn't have to put our foot down on expulsions. That's the way we built the system in the first place, to make sure that it would work well. Like any system puts rules in place to address what people complain about or what people raise questions about.
Are you saying that I'm wrong about the issue about expulsions or the issue about special needs children?
I'm saying you're wrong.
Just do a 2-minute.
Sorry.
I'm saying you're wrong about saying that we had to hammer people down. We monitored both special needs and we monitored expulsions. And, the special needs issues in New Orleans were actually very few. If I would look at the special needs challenges in the city of Baton Rouge, which was under order from the Department of Education for years to fix it, which it never did, and other urban areas, and that never happened in New Orleans. So you're exaggerating the problem. It is serious. It must be focused on. There must be a system to monitor it and assure that it's being done, and it is working there. So I would say you're wrong about that.
So
but I would also say...
Paul, am I wrong about the 2013 suit by Southern Poverty Law Center about the failure to provide adequate education to students with special needs?
People are entitled to file lawsuits any and every day, and they do.
And this is coming from two people who actually have a law degree.
I was going to say, as a lawyer, I respect their right to file a lawsuit, but I would also say that the challenges that a very small number of children who were part of that suit were identified were limited, in my opinion. That's my opinion. So at the end of the day, what I would say is this. I'm going to agree with a point that you're making. It doesn't have to be the way we did it in New Orleans. It can be other ways. My question is, for traditional school districts, show me the way, or come and learn. But when I ask traditional school districts to come and learn, it's like nobody's home, nobody shows. And there are many lessons to be learned, and I'm just waiting for people to come and see. Because granted, 7,000 teachers, I think it was actually 5,000 teachers, were laid off by the local school district because there were no kids in school and there was no state funding to pay for the teachers after Katrina. But all of those teachers were invited to return back to the system after Katrina occurred. We were desperate after Katrina for teachers. When I took over in March of 2007 and hired Paul Vallis, we had to hire 800 teachers. We put out not only a call to all the teachers who had been in the system, but we put out a $20,000 signing bonus to bring them back. So yes, I understand there are some challenges in the past, but the realities are we wanted those teachers back. We got many of them back, and many of the teachers who teach today and many of the CMOs that operate today are teachers who taught in the old system before.
So let's talk about human capital. New Orleans is a very good case for other cities. Long history of desegregation battles in the city, some successful, some not. Large urban communities, high levels of poverty, high levels of African American families, middle class families moving in and out. Governors in different states are definitely taking a look at New Orleans. If we are to take the New Orleans model to, let's say, an Atlanta, a Washington, D.C., a Milwaukee, other places with very similar histories, from a human capital standpoint, what kind of training do we actually need for the adults who are going to be there in the classroom? And number two, I've yet to hear anyone talk about the role of students actually playing a role in deciding how education should matter in their area. We'll start off with you, Randy, and we'll work around.
So, in about an hour from now, we're doing a press conference about how what we've seen, unfortunately, in the last 10 years is a real decrease in the number of African Americans who are teaching in 9 or 10 big city school environments, one being New Orleans. And in fact, if you look in terms of how much the population of African American teachers have fallen, it's about 62%, meaning there's 28% fewer African American teachers, but there are many more white teachers. And so what you're seeing in terms of human capital is you're just seeing a difference. New York, Philadelphia, New Orleans, D.C., and there are several more in terms of just what the demographic composition is. Now, having said that, there is the big issue is how do we not just recruit, but how do we support, how do we retain, how do we make sure that the most qualified and experienced teachers go to the hardest to staff places. And I think there's tremendous attrition in terms of New Orleans. There's a very different viewpoint in terms of, whether we should have a revolving door or whether there should be a career where we're really focused in terms of on retention and focused in terms of attrition. So I think that we've learned from other places a lot more about how experience does really matter, provided that people are qualified and competent. We've learned that diversity does really matter, and we're actually starting to face the problems of nationally a teacher shortage because people don't want to go to teacher ed schools anymore because of all the kind of denigrating and demonization. So I think that the issue becomes where we pinpoint accountability. Is it our collective responsibility for schools, or is it just the individual teacher? And I think what's happened is that the strategies of the last 10 years have made it convenient to focus on the individual teacher as opposed to our collective responsibility to help all children.
So I would say, and this is a topic for a different panel discussion perhaps, the importance of good, strong pre-service training, especially in settings where you're restructuring a school, is very important. And I don't know how many colleges and universities offer courses in this area, but again, this is not a job for the faint at heart. It's not, so I think getting the right kind of training so you know what you're getting yourself into is extremely important. In terms of, and I agree with everyone that retention is extremely important. Bringing them in, especially if they're of high quality, and keeping them is important. And I don't know why some of them are leaving. It could be burnout, but it could also be the changing demographics of our country and the fact that people just don't stick with one job as long as they used to anymore. But I think what worked in New Orleans is that everyone wanted to go to New Orleans and help. And so creating that sense of urgency where people are focusing on coming into these hard to teach, hard to reach settings and devoting a portion of their time in these settings is going to be really important. So there is a marketing aspect to this that that we need to take on.
So I think that we can approach it in the standard way that we talk about this. How do we get better colleges of education? How do we get this? How do we get that? How do we make sure that credentials are good? But I think we have to talk about a non-standard approach to this. And the non-standard approach is we need to create a climate in schools where people want to go to work. We need to create a climate in schools where initiative is rewarded. We need to create a climate in schools where creativity is rewarded. When we create a climate in the workplace for people to be fulfilled in the work that they're doing, people will move into this profession. People will go to the necessary schools. I think the challenge is, this is why I would rather not call New Orleans anymore the Recovery School District. I would rather call it the Empowerment Zone, because it's about creating schools that empower the principal and teachers to do their work. My wife was a teacher long ago and far away. And the thing that caused her to quit was the work environment was too debilitating. No one wanted her to do good work because they wouldn't look good. No one wanted her to work hard because they wouldn't look good. So why does someone strive hard to do the work? Now, this is just her experience, when it's not a place that rewards the work. Yeah. So let's create places where people love to work. And I think that's one of the real lessons and jewels about New Orleans is people want to work there.
John.
Yeah, just to build on Paul's point, I think school climate and creating school environments where people want to be is obviously critical. We also need to create places where people feel like they can grow. And so we have an initiative, Teach to Lead, which is focused on the idea that teachers want career ladder opportunities. I want it as a teacher, and many teachers I know want the opportunity to do interesting new projects, want the opportunity to take leadership roles in their school or their community or their district. And so creating those opportunities is critical. I think we've got to look at compensation. The reality is there are places where teachers are very poorly compensated, and if we don't change that, we're going to have a hard time changing the supply-demand context. And we also have to look at how we organize compensation, whether or not teachers are able, particularly early in their career, to see ways in which their initiative can be and their excellence can be rewarded so that their salaries are more competitive with other fields. Randy mentioned the teacher shortage, and the one thing I would just say we need to do as a country is to look very carefully at the dimensions of that teacher shortage. It is very different from place to place, from state to state, and we've got to be very thoughtful about how we respond to those shortages. And in many places, the real need is teachers who are trained to work with students with disabilities, teachers who are trained to work with English language learners, a hugely growing population. Many places are struggling to find teachers in the STEM fields, in science and technology and engineering and math. That we have many places where there is actually a surplus of elementary teachers. Many folks who can't find jobs. And unfortunately, no one in their teacher prep program warned them, in many cases, that there weren't going to be jobs, and if they spoke a second language, they ought to build on that skill and get bilingual certification, right? So we've got to, as we think about this teacher shortage work, we've got to be smart in responding to it.
So we've come to the Q&A question. I want to start over here on the right. And then, again, your first name, affiliation, and then we'll try to get as many questions as we can in the next 10 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Mary Landrieu, former Senator of Louisiana, and very proud architect of this new model that's in New Orleans and our work in Louisiana. I want to thank Paul Valles, who's sitting here, for being part of that as well. And Randy, I'd love to take you down and show you, because you and I have worked so closely together on so many of your initiatives, early childhood, et cetera, that we're excited about expanding. But my question really to Paul is this, because I think it would be a disservice to leave this audience of people really searching for some great ways to help our kids. To explain, if you would, I'm asking this question,
what was going on in Louisiana before the storm, and what happened to push our state in the forward position for accountability. Explain, if you would, or remind everyone here what we did before the storm, before No Child Left Behind.
And if you can get that in about 2.5 minutes, that would be great.
It'll be remarkable, my wife would say. I think the most important thing we did starting in 1996 was we built an accountability system that was second to none. It was deemed to be one of the best accountability systems in the country. And while I know that there's pushback around testing, you know, people in Louisiana decided for themselves that while tests only measure levels of mathematics and English language arts and science and social studies, for our purposes, at least we knew whether kids knew that information. That was hugely important to people in Louisiana, knowing that they knew the bare minimum. Now, is that a reason to be satisfied? And you and I have had this discussion before, Randy. If there are other ways of measuring, bring them on. But this accountability system was so important. But one of the problems with the accountability system that we created, I like to say, we measured failure excellently. We could tell you what failure looked like, but we didn't have a mechanism to fix it. And that's why the Recovery School District was created in 3 years before the storm to begin to fashion a strategy. So this happened because people believed we needed a solution before the storm. And this was a process of getting to what Governor Blanco then decided was enough. And she and Mary and I and others had lived in a community where for so long it was unacceptable, and not just in New Orleans, too, and elsewhere.
Your wife will be proud of you.
Thank you.
As am I.
I did it.
So we'll take a question on this side, and then we'll go to my left.
I'm Naomi Waterston. I'm a longtime retired teacher from Fairfax County, Virginia. Rather than a question, I'm trying to sort of figure out.
You need to do it, make sure it's a question.
Make a question. Okay. My question, it sounds as if the policymakers in New Orleans really got into the schools and figured out what they needed. Is it possible for you who are policymakers to also go into schools in either your region or your state, or even in the government, you know, some of the local schools, to help you understand what you're looking for in your policies and your statistics, to see if it works in a classroom?
Who wants to take that one?
Yeah, so I think it's hugely important for policymakers to spend time in schools. Both Secretary Duncan and I spend a lot of time visiting schools and talking with educators in schools about what their day-to-day challenges are. We've also worked on an initiative with Randy's help around Teach to Lead to make sure that we structure conversations all over the country with groups of educators so that we can get feedback and also find opportunities to invest in their vision. I think one of the important parts of the New Orleans story is a story about local educators. I mean, we focused in this conversation on the policy framework, but New Orleans is really a story about individual principals and teachers who organize in their community to create new kinds of school environments. And so we've got to lift up that teacher voice.
Randy?
So I find it, I think your question is exactly the one that we need to ask if we're looking for what creates long-term, sustainable, high-quality growing systems. Because at least, you know, I've been involved in schooling for about 20 years now, and I've seen a lot of starts and stops. And frankly, on the issue about teacher voice, whether or not teachers want unions, they want to make sure that they are independently treated fairly. And when they have no structures to treat them fairly, they find that they want to leave. And that's why you have high attrition in New Orleans. And so I don't, the only thing I would actually push on Mary, who I respect hugely, and Paul and John, is that there is no fairness and independent voice for teachers. And so with the exception of, frankly, the Ben Franklin School now, and now there's another school that wants to unionize, you can't actually say that there's that kind of independent, risk-taking entrepreneurialness in terms of the teachers in New Orleans long-term because of that. I would actually look at, but I think your question is really important about how can you create the entrepreneurialness that Paul had talked about today, that John has talked about for his whole career, and fairness at the same time. And if we can actually figure that out, which others have figured out in other contexts, then we're going to see huge growth in terms of the teacher force and in terms of student learning.
We have a question from, do we have an online question? No. Yes.
Hi, I'm Jason Russell. I cover education and write opinion articles for the Washington Examiner. My question is for Ms. Weingarten. It seems to me like the most important thing to you and your union was keeping all of the teachers that got fired and also getting that influx of funding. So my question is, what if you had gotten to keep all the teachers that were fired and still gotten that influx of funding, but also had the radical reform of this mostly charter system where principals and teachers are still empowered, and also had this one app open enrollment system at the same time? Because it seems to me like you can say all you want that every public school should be great, but at the same time, every public school is different, and they should be different because every student is different. So what are your thoughts on that?
And then we're going to close out after that.
So I'm not saying that that's the most important thing. I think it's important. Look, I'm a big believer that people who want to work should be able to work, and that you do not fire everyone after a tragedy and start from scratch again. That there is a social compact. As a former 11th grade social studies teacher, I really do believe in the Lockean social compact. But there are lots of different strategies that we have to do to turn around low-performing schools. Now, I'm not saying that there are some strategies that were used in New Orleans that were not right. I'm sure that they are, and I'll take Mary up on going. I've been there several times, and I see very different things than what Mary and Paul see. But the bottom line is we have to turn around schools that are not working, but we have to actually think about the strategies that will do this long term instead of having a flash in a pan. And sometimes a portfolio system works, and sometimes it doesn't work. It hasn't, except for New Orleans. Every single other example, including charter networks throughout the country, don't have the kind of claims that we're seeing made on this panel today in terms of portfolio systems. At the same time, traditional schools have not had the best examples as well. So I would actually look at the places that are working. Look at some of the things that are working in New Orleans, but look at ABC School District. Look at some of the other districts that have worked in terms of turning things around. Look at what we did in terms of the Chancellor's District, and let's find some common ground in terms of what strategies really work.
So the common ground strategies that I take away from the panel are, there are three things. Number one, that students and families matter to the process. Number two, adults often have to make very tough decisions that are unpopular, but part of being actually a leader is taking unpopular decisions to make popular things go great later on in life. And third is we have to actually walk across the line, not work per se in our silos, but it's also a civil society approach. It's going to take government, nonprofit organizations. It will also take teachers and principals, and also partisanship will have to find a way in there as well. Before I go, I would be remiss if I also didn't say that this was the 10th anniversary of Hurricane Rita in Lake Charles, and for those who were impacted by the Calcasieu area of Louisiana. So with that note, let's give our panelists a round of applause. We will have this live streamed on our website within the next 24 hours. I know there are more questions in here, so please come to the front and engage in the dialogue. Thank you again for your time, and thank you to the Center for American Progress.